If I had to pick one of these cars, I would probably go with the 1955 Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR. It's like the legendary athlete of this lineup, known for its speed and stability back in the day. The Cleveland Grand Prix circuit is a mix of twists and turns, but that car's racing pedigree suggests it could handle the challenge with style. The others are no slouches, but the 300 SLR has that extra edge for racing on a demanding track like Cleveland. Ooh, this is a classic showdown right here. Let's Go is behind the wheel of a sleek 1956 Jaguar D-Type, known for its aerodynamics and racing pedigree, while I'll be piloting a 1955 Maserati 300 SIS, which is no slouch either with its beautiful design and racing history. Honestly, the Jaguar has a reputation for speed and agility, especially on a track like Cleveland Grand Prix, which favors quick turns and sleek handling. But don't count out the Maserati. It's got some serious racing soul, and its vintage charm might just give it a surprise edge. If I had to put my money on it, I'd say the Jaguar might edge out just a little because of its racing-focused design. But this is going to be a close race and a whole lot of fun to watch. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Cleveland, and Nickel Broadcast is leading the pack in that classic 1956 Jaguar D-Type. It's like watching history race itself. Let's see if he can hold on to that pole position. Nickel Broadcast has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Diogo Miracles is right behind in second, and Senor Flip-Flopone 100 and 2020 is in third, trying to keep up. The top three are already setting the pace. Senor Flip-Flopone 100 and 2020 just snuck into second place. Nonstop 202 is climbing fast into fourth. Sophie is making a move into fifth. The Dreamkeeper is making a strong push up to 15th place. V39 is also climbing fast to 17. Diroc Official is losing ground, dropping 10 spots to 23. Ingrid is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 23rd. Diogo and the Miracles and Nickel Broadcast are locked in a fierce duel for the top spot. Radizero Activa Vixen is gaining ground, moving up 1 position to 4th. Radizero Activa Vixen and Senor Flip-Flopone 100 and 2020 are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Cheryl Nitsi Roses is on a roll, climbing from way back to 4th place. Jungdans Tortuga 2 and Radizero Activa Vixen are nose-to-nose for 5th. Zofik and Youngin Source 202 are also locked in a close fight for 6th. Rob Swizzle is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 11th place. Base Nerva is also making moves, jumping 3 spots to 18th. Kingrut is gaining ground, overtaking 3 cars to reach 21st. Gamingto Fight Cancer is making a huge move up the field, overtaking 22 cars to take the lead. Nico Broadcast and Gamingto Fight Cancer are nose-to-nose fighting for first place. Chubby Boy RJ and Dralitsko are locked in a close duel for 9th position. Nico Broadcast and Gamingto Fight Cancer are neck and neck for first place. Radicero Activa Vixen and Geogyna Miracles are also locked in a close fight for 4th. Chubby Boy RJ is climbing fast, gaining 2 spots to sit in 8th. Nico Broadcast takes the lead, climbing 1 spot to first place. Senor Flip Flopone 100 and 2020 moves up 1 spot to 2nd place. Radicero Active Vixen advances 2 spots to 3rd place. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Geogyna Miracles is dropping further, now in 17th. Yungansa Store 2 just nudged into 4th, making a small but noticeable climb. Amy just snatched the lead from 6 cars, now in 1st place. V39 is on a tear, overtaking 18 cars to sit in 2nd. Uncle Tobin is closing the gap on the Dreamkeeper, shrinking it by nearly 10 seconds. Nico Broadcast is now in 1st place. Rob Sizzle has climbed to 10th. Yesterone 133,796 is now in 22nd. The Let's Go is on a roll, climbing to 8th place. Senor Flip Flopona 2020 is now in 2nd, just behind the leader. Radicero Active Vixen has also gained 2 spots, sitting comfortably in 3rd. Rob Swizzle is climbing up to 7th place. Wrestling 567 is making a move towards 10th. Basidness Art Woo is closing in on Uncle Tobin, cutting the gap by almost 4 seconds. Sufik and Yungden Store 202 are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Amy is closing in on Direct Official, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Wow, Mako Broadcast really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win, champion! Congratulations to Mako Broadcast on winning the race. That was an impressive performance. You really showed those cars who's boss today. And a big shout out to the drivers who can claim a car. Maya, you won the bet race, so you get to claim a 1955 Maserati 300S that's quite the classic to add to the collection. Well done to all the racers today, even if some of those cars were a little slow to catch up. Alright everyone, time is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment. Don't let your favorite slip away just because you waited too long. Get those selections in before it's too late. Interesting matchup. The Toro Rosso's TR 11 has a slight edge in terms of overall design and agility, especially on twisty tracks like Macau Gia. Cherofikitten's Haas-VC F16 is a capable car, but might lack a bit of the finesse needed for this challenging circuit. I'd say Kreisgoffer has a better shot at taking the win here. But it's all about how the AI handles those tight corners and tricky straights. Let's see if Cherofikitten can surprise us. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Macau Gia, and Just Pankakis is leading the pack on pole, driving the sleek 2016 Mercedes F1W07 Hybrid. Should be interesting to see if he can maintain that lead around this crazy track. Just Pankakis has taken the lead right from the start. Prodigy Place 58 is holding second place, and Smurf 20 is in third. Looks like a pancake, a Prodigy, and a Smurf are already making moves. Smurf 20 is holding on to P2, but Prodigy Place 58 is right on their tail. Maya and Anaxagorax are still neck and neck for fourth place. Zaprandigan and Amy are trading positions in the fight for eighth. Smurf 20 is closing in on the leader, now in second place. Zombush 86 is making a move forward, climbing to fifth. Zaprandigan is on the rise, jumping 2 spots to 7th. Nyarlathotep 98 is climbing up to 12th place. Dian Show and Gamerby 72 are nose to nose for 14th place. Maya and Zombush 86 are nose to tail fighting for 5th place. The Oncleo Show just slipped into 14th, climbing up one spot. Uncanny Buddy is driving a Red Bull RB12, which is known for its balanced performance. Looks like they're stuck in the back, probably struggling to keep up with the leaders. Mafia Mavi is driving a Renault RS16 and currently in 18th place. Looks like they're stuck in the midfield shuffle. Not quite making moves, but hanging in there. Exoases is on a roll, climbing to 6th place, overtaking 10 cars. Equinox Bow is not far behind, grabbing 7th after overtaking 11. The Enclave Show is making a move too, now in 8th after passing 6 cars. Maya is charging through the field, now in 6th place. Zap Brandigan is right behind in 7th, both making impressive moves. Trash Crashton is not far behind, climbing up to 8th. Looks like a tight battle for those middle positions. Uncanny Buddy is closing in on Yarlatho Penny 8, cutting the gap by 7.4 seconds. Equinox2 has overtaken 3 cars and is now in 15th place. Wrath 92 is also on the move, passing 3 cars to sit in 16th place. Uncanny Buddy is inching closer to Nyarlathotep 98, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Your Instinct is on the hunt for Uncanny Buddy, narrowing it down by 2.5 seconds. Catgirl TM is climbing up 2 spots to sit in 18th place. Your Instinct is gaining on Uncanny Buddy, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Catgirl TM is closing in on Amy with a 2.8 second difference. Dayon Cleyosho just moved up 1 spot to take 20th place. Dayon Cleyosho and Catgirl TM are battling for 19th place, nose to tail. Your Instinct is closing in on Uncanny Buddy fast, just a few seconds behind now. Maya has climbed up to 4th place, making a nice move. Anexagorax is also on the rise, now in 5th. Christopher is on the rise, now in 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Terrific Kitten is hot on their heels, also up 3 spots to 7th. Uncanny Buddy is making a move, climbing 4 places to 8th. Looks like the battle for positions is heating up. Christopher is closing in on Anexagorax, cutting the gap by 6.6 seconds. Dumbush 86 is climbing 1 spot to 9th place. Trash Crashton is gaining 2 spots to 10th place. Nyarlathotep 98 is closing in on Your Instinct, cutting the gap by 3.3 seconds. Exoaces is climbing 2 spots to reach 14. Amy is also moving up 2 spots to 15. Christopher is closing in on Anexagorax, cutting the gap by 3.30 seconds. Nyarlathotep 98 is climbing 1 spot to 12th place. Exoaces is also moving up 1 spot to 13. Amy is currently in 8th place with a Haas VF16. Her lap times are stuck at 99.99.999, so she's not making any progress. Looks like a tough race for her so far. Wow, Just Pantakis really flipped the script and took the win. Congrats on the victory. Wow, Just Pantakis really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations. That was some top-tier driving from them. Looks like all those pancake-themed strategies paid off. Can't wait to see if they can keep flipping the competition next race. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the Williams FW18. It was a dominant force in 1996 Formula One season, known for its advanced aerodynamics and incredible speed. Plus, it has a bit of that aggressive edge that could likely outpace the rest on the twists and turns of Sepang. The others are no slouches, but I'd put my money on the Williams to snag the top spot with its combination of power and finesse. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your picks before time runs out and you miss out on the race of the century. Don't say I didn't warn you when your favorite car gets snatched up at the last second. Alright, we've got Amy in a classic McLaren from 1996, and Captain Canadian in a 40 from the same year. The McLaren is definitely the more iconic, and likely to have better handling and speed. The 40, while interesting, probably doesn't have the same level of finesse. So I'm leaning towards Amy in the McLaren taking the win here. But hey, stranger things have happened in AI racing. Let's see if the underdog or the legend takes the cake today. Alright folks, August Wolfie is starting on pole in the 1996 Benetton B, 196 at Sepang Dot. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the AI will surprise us. August Wolfie has taken an early lead, with Abigail Killams right behind in second place. Tyler Drums 31 is currently in third, trying to keep up. Tyler Drums 31 and Abigail Killams are nose-to-nose for second place. Simple Marcus is climbing fast, now in fifth. Roger Barthree, 102 is making a move, up one spot to seventh. Roger Barthree 102 and Biowar are locked in a tight fight for sixth. Tyler Drums 31 is climbing up to second place. Abigail Killams and Tyler are still neck and neck for that spot. The Critical Egg is making a move up to eighth. Abigail Killams is climbing up to second place. Beef Sliders and Amy are locked in a close fight for 11th. Cheryl Roses is gaining ground to move into 15th. Cheryl Roses and Captain Canadian are battling it out for 14th. Your Instinct just overtook someone to move into 11th place. Amy and Your Instinct are nose-to-nose for 10th. Cheryl Roses is closing in on the top 15. Simple Marcus is climbing up to 4th place. Cloudsurfer 69 and Simple Marcus are nose-to-nose for that spot. Your Instinct is making a move, jumping 2 places to 10th. Cloudsurfer 69 is climbing to 4th place. Roger Bear 3, 102, and Biowar are still locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Your Instinct is making a move up to 9th. Cloudsurfer 69 is holding on to 3rd place, but Tyler Drums 31 is right on their tail. Roger Bear 102 just gained a spot and is now in 6th. Amy and Schmerzenleib are nose-to-nose for 11th. Cloudsurfer 69 is now in 3rd place. Amy has climbed to 11th. Waffling Waters is in 15th. The Critical Egg and Bioware are nose-to-tail for 7th place. Schmerzenleib and Amy are locked in a close fight for 11th. Maya is closing in on Amy for 10th place. Beef Sliders just gained 1 spot and is now 12th. Instinct and the Critical Egg are nose-to-tail for 8th place. Beef Sliders and Amy are locked in a close fight for 11th. The Critical Egg and Bioware are nose-to-tail for 7th place. Beef Sliders is inching up to 12. Amy and Beef Sliders are locked in a close fight for 11th. Roger Bar 302 and Simple Markers are locked in a close fight for 5th place. The Critical Egg just moved up 1 spot to take 7th. The OWAT and the Critical Egg are battling hard for 7th place. Roger Bar 302 just snuck into 5th place. Amy and Maya are nose-to-nose for 10th. Schmerzenleib and Beef Sliders are neck and neck for 12th. Maya is closing in on the racer ahead. looking for a way to overtake. Lockjaw 7 and Captain Canadian are nose to tail, swapping positions every lap. Roger Bear 302 is driving a Benetton D196. He's currently in 6th place and has a fastest lap of 1 minute, 50 seconds, and some change. Looks like he's holding steady, but not quite challenging for the top spots. Maya is closing in on Your Instinct, reducing the gap by 2.3 seconds. They are now locked in a tight battle for 9th place. Wow, Ogs Lofi just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Congratulations to Ogis Wolfi for winning the race. Well done on that impressive finish. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Amy, you won the bet race, so you get to claim the 1996 McLaren MP 411. Nice work! Keep those engines purring. Alright, here's a fun fact about the 1971 Ford Falcon X with GTHO. This car was basically the muscle car legend of Australia back in the day. It had a V8 engine that could roar like a beast and was built for speed. But what makes it even more interesting is that it was so rare and powerful that it almost felt like a secret weapon on wheels. It's a real treasure for car enthusiasts, especially those who love vintage American muscle in an Australian package. Alright, everyone, the countdown is almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your chance to make a quick decision before the race begins. Don't miss out on the action. Get those selections in. Alright, both are pretty classic beauties, but this is where the car choice really shines. The Holden Monaro GTS from 1968 is a muscle car legend known for raw power and straight-line speed, perfect for a quick dash. On the other hand, the Maserati Bora from 1972 is more of a sleek, Italian exotic, and probably a bit more nimble around curves if we get any. Considering the track is Hoce al Corto, which I believe favors a mix of speed and agility, I'd lean toward the Maserati Bora taking the lead, thanks to its design for handling and finesse. But if the race turns into a drag race, the Monaro might just surprise us with its brute strength. So I'm placing my bets on the Maserati Bora for that perfect blend of style and agility. But don't count out the Monaro just yet. It's going to be a fun clash! Alright everyone, the race is underway at Hoce al Corto, And Jerk Plays is starting on pole with his vintage 1972 Chrysler Valiant Charger. Get ready for some classic slow motion action. This should be interesting. Jerk Plays is leading the race right now, followed closely by Sadamoji Shimaze and Lil Sprout. Looks like a tight start at the front. H2Ho A. Amy on nose to tail for 7th place. Silvo Gaming just grabbed 9th and is on the move. Pani 3 is climbing up to 11th. Looks like everyone's on the push today. Silver Gaming just overtook someone and is now in 8th place. Amy and Silver B Gaming are still neck and neck for 8th position. Sadamoji Shimaze just overtook Jerk Plays for the lead. They are now nose to nose at the front. Silver Gaming is climbing up to 8th place, closing in. H2Ho Vey is climbing up to 7th place. Maya is also moving up 1 spot to 8th. Looks like Maya and Silver B Gaming are nose to nose for 8th place. H2Ho Vey is closing in on Buchazero, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Justin Gilks is climbing 2 spots to take 8th place. Bufin in 18 is also moving up 2 spots, now in 10th. Rusnapam 6 just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Pani 3 is climbing up to 11th. Things are heating up. Amy is driving a 1972 Ford Falcon XB GT. She's currently in the 12th place, trailing behind the leaders. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the top pack. The vintage cars are all pretty close in lap time, so the track probably favors their style. The slower overall pace suggests the track's tight and technical, making overtakes tricky. Bufin in 19 is trying to hold off Amy for 10th place. They're nose to tail. No clear move yet. Silver Gaming is driving a 1972 Maserati Kamsin. They're currently in the 14th place, just behind the Maserati Bora driver. Looks like a tight race among the Maseratis. Buchizero is driving a 1973 BMW 2002 Turbo, which is known for its turbocharged power and nimble handling. Looks like they're struggling a bit, sitting in the middle of the pack, and not making much progress. Bufini 19 just overtook 2 cars and is now in 9th place. Maya is right behind, trying to find a way past. This is getting interesting. Amy is driving a 1972 Ford Falcon XBG, currently in the middle of the pack. She's holding 7th place and has the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like she's making some moves. Sadamoji Shimaze is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this vintage streetcar race under control. Justin Gilks is climbing to 7th place. Pani 3 is also moving up to 9th place. Bufing in 18 and Pani 3 are nose to tail for 9th. Justin Gilks is gaining on H2 Hova, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Punny 3 is climbing up the field, moving into 8th place. Justin Gilks is in a 1973 Porsche 911 RS, starting way back in 14th. Looks like he's making some moves but still has a lot of ground to cover. Ashtu Hilway is gaining on Hikore Hamsam, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Maya and Bufina 19 are nose to nose for 10th place, no room for error. Justin Gilks is closing in on H2 Hova, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Bufini 19 is closing in on Butchazero, also reducing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Botka Moning is moving up one spot to take the 12th place. Risna Pomzix is driving a 1970 Ford Maverick Dot. They're holding on to 4th place but are a bit behind the leaders. Looks like a steady race for now. Bufnin is climbing nicely into the top 10. Maya is also making a move up the ranks. Buchitsero and Maya are nose-to-nose fighting for the 10th spot. Wow, said Emoji Jamis. You really sprinted your way to victory. Congrats on winning the race at Wachalayam Porto. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Wow! Congratulations to Seda Mojajamis for taking the win. They must have some seriously impressive skills behind the wheel. Looks like they really drove away with it this time. A fun fact about the retro street cars racing class is that these cars are often inspired by iconic models from the past, giving each race a nostalgic twist. It's like watching a vintage car show but with a lot more speed and a lot less fancy parking. These cars are built to look classic but built for racing, so it's a perfect mix of style and adrenaline. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, so make your choice before they all race off without you. Don't miss out on the fun. Ooh. Choosing between a Pulsar DR and a Peugeot 16 on Circuit Hawaii. That's like picking between a sprinter and a marathon runner. The Pulsar is known for its agility and fun turbocharged punch, but the 16 has that rally heritage and a reputation for tough endurance. Given the circuit's twists and turns, I might lean toward the Pulsar for its nimbleness, but don't count out the Peugeot's rally roots giving it a surprise edge. It's going to be a close call, but I say expect a battle to the finish line. Who do you think has the edge? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Circuit Hawaii with Hermit Media blitzing the start. In that classic 1990 Nissan Pulsar GTR, leading the pack from pole position. Let's see if the nostalgia can keep up with the competition. Hermit Media has taken an early lead, with Amy right behind in second place. Davin Games is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Amy just snatched the top spot. Then has 17. And Defids are nose to nose for 7th place. Maya is climbing up to 9. Looks like the race is heating up. Vinha 17 is on a roll, climbing to 4th place. Aethaplasm is also making a move, now in 6th after overtaking 3 cars. Rain Kaori and Aethaplasm are nose to tail for 6th. Aethaplasm is climbing up to 5th place. Unistix is also moving up to 8th place. Exclusivo Gox and Unistix are nose to nose for the 8th spot. Chosen's Coast is driving a 1993 BMW M3 E36. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves yet. SA's Davin Games and Hermit Media are nose to nose for 2nd place. Unistix and Ren Kaori are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Valdo is climbing up 1 spot to 11. Hey Naiba, great to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready to see some epic AI races. Sit tight and enjoy the show. Vinha 17 is climbing fast into 2nd place. Aethaplasm is also making moves into 4th. Unistix is creeping up into 7th. Vinha 17 takes the lead and is now in 1st place. Hermit Media is gaining on Annie. Anian has cut the gap by a second. Deferts is right behind Maya and closing in fast, just 1.2 seconds behind. The battle for 10th is heating up with Dia Fizzers and Maya fighting for position. Hermit Media is now in 2nd place, climbing 1 spot. Defitzerts also moved up 1 spot into 10th. Maya is closing in on the pack as Amy and Hermit Media continue their close duel for 2nd place. Unistix just moved up one spot to sit in 6th. Bean Streams and Unistix are now nose to nose for 6th position. Bean Streams is driving a classic BMW M5 E28. Looks like they're holding steady in the top half, but no sign of a major move yet. Hermit Media is driving a 1990 Nissan Pulsar GTIR and is currently in 2nd place. Looks like they're holding steady, but they're a bit behind Vinha 17, who's blazing at the front. Aetherplasm just sneaked into 2nd place. Unistix is climbing to 5th. The race for 4th between Unistix and Amy is getting spicy. S. Davin Games is climbing up to 5th place. Unistix and SS Davin Games are nose to nose for 5th. D-Thirds is catching Bean Streams, cutting the gap by over a second and a half. Unistix is climbing up to 5th place. D-Thirds is now in 8th. Looks like some steady progress. Vinha 17 is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control, unless he slips up. Aetherplasm is driving a 1988 De Tomaso Pantera GT5S, a classic Italian sports car. They're currently in 2nd place, holding a steady pace but still a good chunk behind the leader. Looks like they're aiming for a strong finish. Unistix is climbing up to 4th place. Ring Kauri and SS Davin Games are locked in a close fight for 6th. Unistix is climbing nicely to 3rd place. Ren Kaori is also moving up to 6th. S. Davin Games and Ren Kaori are locked in a close fight for 6th. Chozan's Coast is driving a 1993 BMW M3E36. They're racing steady but not quite as quick as the leaders, sitting in 14th place. Ren Kaori has just moved up to 5th place. Hermit Media and Ren Kaori are nose to nose for 4th. Exclusive Gods is climbing to 9th. Aetherplasm is closing in on Vinha 17 like a heat-seeking missile, cutting the gap by over a second. Ren Kaori is sneaked into 4th place, leaving someone behind. D-Thirds is climbing up to 6th, inching closer to the top 5. And it looks like Defizzers and Hermit Media are locked in a fierce duel for 5th place, with no sign of backing down. Congratulations, Vinha 17. You really drove your way to the top. Looks like the race was just a walk in the park for you. Well-deserved victory. Wow! Vinha 17 really showed us how it's done. Congratulations on the win. You drove that car like a pro. Can't wait to see if you can keep up the streak in the next race. Great job! Oh, the 2014 Caterham CT-05, a true piece of racing history. Did you know it was one of the last cars to be driven by the legendary Kimi Räikkönen before he took a break from Formula One? It's like a relic of the Iceman's racing days. Small, lightweight, and a bit cheeky. This car was all about pure driving joy and minimal fuss. Kind of like the perfect weekend getaway. If your getaway was a high-speed chase on a racetrack. Alright everyone, hurry up and pick your cars before time runs out. If you want your favorite to take the checkered flag, now's the moment to make your move. Don't let your choice slip away at the last second. Interesting matchup indeed. The Mercedes F1W05 Hybrid is a powerhouse with advanced technology and a proven track record, so Matrix Go definitely has the edge in terms of speed and handling. On the other hand, Ebony Shadow's Marussia MR03, while charming, is more of an underdog with less performance potential. Though I'd say Matrix Go is probably going to take this one unless some unforeseen AI magic happens. But hey, who doesn't love an upset? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Interlomas track, and Ozxerad is on pole position driving a 2014 Silver C33. Let's see if they can hold that lead, or if the AI chaos will take over. Ozxerad takes the lead right out of the gate. Chubby boy RJ is holding strong in second place. Mr. Roche is currently in third, trying to keep up. Abla Ase has gained 2 spots and is now in 4th place. Schoolbus Rustefi and Ablaze are battling closely for 4th position. Hot Bolognese has moved up 1 spot to occupy 6th place. Schoolbus Rustefi is climbing up to 4th place. Naiba has moved up to 6th. Naiba and Ablaze are locked in a close fight for 5th. Ablaze just overtook someone to take 4th place. Hot Bolognese is also climbing up to 6th. Naiba and Hot Bolognese are nose to nose for 6th. Schoolbus Rustefi is climbing up to 4th place. Ablaze and Schoolbus Rustefi are nose to nose for that spot. Maya is sneaking into 7th after a little push forward. Ablaze just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Anarchizix is climbing up to 10th, and Bunnysoft Doom is right on his tail in that tight battle for 10th. Amy just overtook New Texan and now holds the 12th place. They are nose to tail. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Matrixco is holding a slight edge over Ebony Shadow. but with only 4 laps left, it's anyone's game. Expect some aggressive moves soon. Captain Trippy is driving a Toro Rosso's TR9, and currently sits in the 14th place. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Hot Bolognese is driving a Force India V JR7 and is currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is a 51.147, which suggests they're holding a decent pace but not quite challenging the top. Looks like they're staying steady but not making any big moves. Bunnies of Doom just climbed 1 spot to 10th place. Now Bunnies of Doom and Nighty are nose to nose for 9th. This race is heating up. Bunnies of Doom is climbing to 8th place. Anarchy 6 is now in 9th. Matrix Go is making a move to 14. Who's going to break into the top 7 next? Anarchy 6 is in 12th place driving a Marussia MR031. Their fastest lap is a 51.631. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. The track seems to favor the faster lap times of the Mercedes and Sauber drivers, but the tight spacing suggests it's keeping everyone close and making overtakes tricky. The F1 2014 cars are holding their own on this track, with the top contenders staying close. The mix of car classes is creating some interesting battles, especially with the Mercedes and Sauber teams fighting for the lead. The track's probably favoring those with better aerodynamics and handling, which is why the Mercedes drivers are staying competitive. The F1 2014 cars seem well matched for Interlomas, with the top drivers staying close. The track's tight corners probably favor the more agile cars like the Sauber and Mercedes, helping them stay ahead. The slower Caterhams and Marussias are struggling to keep up, clearly feeling the difference. Maya is climbing up to 6th place. Bunnies of Doom is gaining on Frogsworth and the gap is shrinking fast. The fight for 8th place is heating up with Bunnies of Doom and Frogsworth nose to tail. Neotexum is closing in on Amy and has cut the gap by over a second. Ebony Shadow is climbing up to 13th place, making a move. Amy is currently in 12th place, with a Lotus E22. Her fastest lap is 0:50.86, so she's not exactly setting the world on fire but holding her position. Wow. Oskserod took the crown again. Guess they're just too fast for the rest. Well done! Wow! Oskserod took the victory. Big congratulations. Anu. That was some seriously impressive driving. And don't forget Maya managed to snag the fastest lap, so she gets to claim a 2014 Mercedes F1 W05 Hybrid. Nice work! Also, Amy did the most overtakes today. That's some daring driving right there. She can claim a 2014 Lotus E22 Twaste. Well done to all of you. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock is ticking, and we don't want anyone missing out on the fun. Hurry up and make your choice before the race starts without you. Alright. This is quite the nostalgic matchup with those classic Formula One cars from 1996. Getting the 40FG01B was known for its quirky design and reliability issues, making it a bit of a wild card. Meanwhile, the footwork FS17 had a slightly better performance record, and was known for decent handling. Given the Brasilia Oval's slick surface and tight corners, I'd lean towards Maracas in the footwork. It tends to handle curves a little better, and might have a slight edge in cornering speed. But hey, sometimes those vintage cars surprise you, especially with AI drivers behind the wheel. So, I'd put my virtual chips on Maracas, but don't count out Jamaster the Gamer 9000 pulling off an unexpected move. Let's see how it all unfolds. Alright everyone, Zufik is leading the pack right from the start in that classic 1996 Tyrrell 024. It's like vintage F1's finest taking the front spot. Let's see if anyone can catch up. Zufik has taken an early lead, with Maya right behind in second place. Aisley is holding on to third for now, but the pack is already starting to bunch up. Maya and Zufik are neck and neck for first place. Globus just climbed up to third and is closing in. Maya and Global Sixo are now battling for second. Whip 3 out 25 just climbed to 8th place. Whip 3 out 25 and Amy are nose to nose for 7th. Thomas Moran and Whip 3 out 25 are locked in a close fight for 8th. Maya is trying to hold off Global Soul, but the pressure is mounting. Whip 3 out 25 just overtook someone to move into 7th place and is closing in. Amy and Whip 3 out 25 are nose to tail for 7th. Globus is climbing to 2nd place. Ixie Jackson Waldo are nose to nose for 5th. Thomas Moran is advancing to 8th. Thomas Moran and Whip 3 out 25 are fighting for 7th. Globus Ixie just took the lead, claiming first place. Aisley is closing the gap on Maya and is now 1.4 seconds behind. Aisley and Maya are nose to tail fighting for 3rd. Whip 3 out 25 is climbing up to 5th place. Maracas has gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Theowatch and Maracas are nose to tail for 10th. Ixajax just overtook Waldo for 6th place. Maracus is closing in on the top 10, moving up 1 spot to 9th. Whiptree Out 25 is having a rough time, and is now in 12th place. Tofik is gaining on Global Sil, cutting the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Aisley and I are locked in a close fight for 3rd place. Naturally Unlucky is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 13. Aisley is nudged into 3rd place. Looks like Maya and Exley are locked in a fierce duel for the podium. Gamasta Tegamanine 1000 is on a roll, climbing to 7th place. Dr. Keeps Appleway is right behind, also making a move to 8th. Naturally Unlucky is storming through, now in 9th after overtaking 4 cars. Things are heating up. Joey Pastrami is on a roll, climbing to 11. Shattered Pixel is making a charge up to 13. Aisley is having a tough time dropping to 18. Dr. Keeps Appleway is climbing to 7th place. Shattered Pixel is inching closer to the top 10, now in 12th. Joey Pastrami is closing in on G-Master Thegamanine 1000 fast enough to make a sandwich. Waldo is chipping away at Ixajax's lead like a kid with a cookie. Senor Flip-Flop 100 in 2020 just climbed 1 spot, probably feeling pretty good about that. Dr. Keeps Appleway is closing in on Maracus, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. Senor Flip-Flop 100 in 2020 and Dr. Keeps Appleway are battling hard for 7th place. Shattered Pixel and Joey Pastrami are locked in a tight fight for 11th. Tofik is closing in on Global Sale with a 3.5 second gap. Dotty gap. Ixajax is now just 3 seconds behind. Maya Dutund. Senor Flip-Flopone. Untrue 2020 has climbed 1 spot to take 7th place. Wow, Global also just took the victory. Looks like they were in a league of their own today. Well done. Wow, look at that. Global really pulled it off, didn't they? Huge congratulations to them for taking the win. Looks like all that virtual horsepower paid off. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Zandvoort is known for its tricky, fast corners and elevation changes, so a car that can navigate those tight turns smoothly and maintain stability at high speeds would be ideal. Of course, a good balance between speed and agility is crucial here, because getting through those sweeping bends efficiently can make or break your race. Raw horsepower alone won't cut it. You need a car that's nimble and responsive to really shine on this circuit. Alright everyone, the clock is winding down. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time, or forever hold your peace. Don't make me choose a shiny lemon for you. Race is about to begin. So get those selections in before the countdown ends. Alright. This is a classic case of vintage versus vintage. But with a twist. The Mazda RX-7 MSA GTO is known for its sleek handling and lightweight agility, so I'd say it could outmaneuver the bigger, heavier Oldsmobile. The Oldsmobile, while a beast in its own right, might struggle a bit on the tight corners of Zandvoort. If Silverp Gaming can leverage the Mazda's agility, I'd put my chips on them for a likely top finish. Toadette the Kitty's Oldsmobile might take an early lead with its size and power, but I doubt it can hold on through the twists and turns. So, my gut says the Mazda will take this one, but hey, this is racing. Anything can happen when AI is involved. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Zandvoort with Renault T4 leading the pack in a classic 1990 Merkur X R4 Ti. Looks like we've got some vintage charm on the front line. Let's see if that old timer can hold its ground. Lord Botryl has taken an early lead. Renault T4 is right behind in second, and Toadette the Kitty is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Toadette the Kitty is climbing to second place. Maya is making a move to sixth. The race between Maya and Scroogechamp for sixth is getting intense. Maya is closing in on the pack, inching up to 7th place. Chris Gopher and Chubby Boy RJ are still neck and neck, battling for 22nd. Imogen Tempus just gained one spot, now in 27th. Amy and Silver B Gaming are still fighting for 4th. Looks like a tight squeeze. Chris Gopher is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 20. Lear Rizal and Quiz 44 are locked in a fierce duel for 9th place. DC KK Patzerogats is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 12. Lear Rizal is really having a tough time, dropping way back to 29th place. Quiz 44 is gaining on Basket and Fee, closing the gap by a second and a half. Hiswachingyo is climbing up nicely, now in 10th place. Quiz 44 is climbing to 8th place. Alan 656 is advancing to 11. Justin Etf is making a move to 23rd. Toadette the Kitty is gaining on Lord Buttrell, closing the gap by a second. Scrooge Champ has moved up one spot to 5th place. Amy Scrooge Champ are neck and neck for 5th. Maya just moved up to 6th place. Quiz 44 is catching up to Amy and has chipped away a 2nd and a 3rd. Biswachingo is closing in on Basketin V and has gained a 2nd and a half. Renok T4 is gaining on Toadette the Kitty, closing the gap by a full 2nd. Culbercle just moved up one spot to take 27th. Imogen Tempus and Culbercle are locked in a tight battle for 27th place. The 1857 just overtook someone to climb to the 18th place. Vinona 1857 and Neo Texan are nose to nose for the 17th spot. Lear Roussel and Imogen Tempest are locked in a close fight for the 28th position. Quiz 44 just overtook someone to take 7th place. Amy and Quiz 44 are nose to nose for 7th. Alan 656 is climbing to 10th. Alan 656 just gained a spot and is now in 9th place. Baskin TV and Alan 656 are nose to tail for that same position. Vanon 1857 is closing in on Neotexum, cutting the gap by over a 2nd. Alan 656 and Amy are nose to tail for 8th place. Sputnik NZ just gained one spot and is now in 23rd. Sputnik NZ and Gary 17 are locked in a fierce fight for 22nd. Biswat Ingyo is climbing up to 10th place. Blanky Frankie and Pumpkin Flurry are battling for 15th. Chubby Boy RJ is making a move to 23rd. Alan 656 is now in 8th place, closing the gap with Amy Dodd. Blanky Frankie has moved up to 15th, but still a few spots behind the main action. Wow, Lord Buttrill, what a surprise! Clearly the crown suits you. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Lord Buttrill really showed off their skills today. Congratulations on winning the race. That was quite the impressive run. Hopefully, everyone else was taking notes for next time. Sure thing. Did you know that LMP2 cars are like the fast, but slightly more affordable cousins of the top-tier prototypes? They're built for endurance and speed but don't need as much fancy technology, making them the perfect choice for up-and-coming teams or those who just want to have a good time going fast. It's like the sports car version of a budget-friendly vacation. Still exciting but with a little less stress on the wallet. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down, so make your choices quick. We don't want to miss out on the thrill of these AI cars tearing up the track. Grab your picks before the time runs out and let's see which virtual vehicle will dominate today's race. Well, looking at the cars, the Oreca 05 driven by Amy is a bit newer and likely a bit more refined than the 2011 Oreca 03 driven by Hermit Media. The 2015 model should have some updates that could give it the edge, especially on a track like Sepang, which tests both speed and handling. That said, driver skill and racing strategy can sometimes turn the tables. But if I had to place a bet based purely on the vehicles, I'd say Amy's Oreca 05 will probably take the win. It's the more modern machine, after all, and that has to count for something. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Sepang, and Hermit Media is starting on pole with a 2011 Oreca 03R. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold the lead, or if the newer cars will sweep through. Hermit Media has taken an early lead with Amy right behind in second. Nonstop 6 is holding on to third place, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Nonstop 6 has just claimed the top spot, climbing 2 places. Hermit Media and Nonstop 6 are nose to nose for the lead. Lyricel is gaining ground, moving up 1 place to third. Hermit Media and Nonstop 6 are nose to tail at the front. Amy just gained a spot and is now in third. Lyricel and Amy are locked in a close fight for the third spot. Hermit Media is now in first place. Yemchobi Panda and J Boogie are battling for 12th. Pero Gameratsa and Yemchobi Panda are fighting for 13th. Jaxinda Box is climbing up to 5th place. Zerkemingate is right on his tail in the same spot. Pero Gamerasa is inching closer to the top 15. J Boogie is giving him a run for his money in 12th. Jackson Dabox and Lee Russell are nose to tail for 4th place. Aetherplasm is climbing up 1 spot to 15. Kyosify and Aetherplasm are locked in a close fight for 15. Jackson Dabox is climbing up to 4th place. Lee Russell and Jackson Dabox are nose to nose for that spot. Plebis 3 and Circamingate are locked in a close fight for 6th. Lee Russell and Jackson Dabox are nose to nose for 4th place. Plebis 3 is climbing up to 6th, just edging out Circamingate. Circamingate and Plebis 3 are now fighting for 6th. Rusna Pomzix just overtook to take the lead. Lee Russell and Jackson Dabox are battling hard for 4th place. Plebis 3 and Lee Russell are locked in a close fight for 5th. Plebis 3 and Lee Russell are neck and neck for 5th place. Aetherplasm is climbing up to 15th. Filthy Old Guy and Josh Biosh are locked in a close fight for 16. Jackson Dabox is driving a 2017 Delara P217. Starting from 9th. They're currently in 4th, so they're making a nice climb up the field. Looks like they're pushing hard. Hermit Media is holding onto the lead in the LMP2 class, while Amy is in 3rd. Looks like Hermit Media has a slight edge, but Amy isn't far behind. The race is tight, but Hermit Media seems to have the advantage for now. Filthy Old Guy is driving a 2011 Zytec C11SN in the LMP3 class. He's currently in the 18th place and seems to be struggling a bit, likely holding up a few cars behind him. Plebis 3 is climbing fast and now in 4th place. Jackson Dabox and Plebis 3 are nose to nose fighting for 4th. Lee Russell and Jackson Dabox are also close, battling for 5th. Hermit Media is closing in on Rusna Palm 6, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Cheru Gamaraisa and Jabo Ogi are neck and neck for 12th place. Josh Biosh is climbing up 1 spot to 15. Jero Gamarasa is climbing to 12th place. Aetherplasm is advancing to 15th place, both making their moves. Hermit Media is holding a slight lead over Amy, but the gap is minimal. Both are running close, so it's anyone's game if they make a mistake or find a clean overtake. Chubby Panda is in 16th place, driving a 2015 on-road Ligier JSP3. Their fastest lap is just over 2 seconds behind the leader, so they're holding steady but not making much progress. Maya is currently in 8th place with her Nissan DPI. She's maintaining a steady pace but isn't challenging for the top yet. Looks like she's holding her position well. Wow, Risna Palm 6 just took the victory. Looks like someone's got the magic touch today. Well done. Wow, Rusnapalm 6 did it. That was an impressive display of AI racing skills. Congratulations on taking the win. You definitely earned that victory. Can't wait to see if you can do it again next race. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1956 Jaguar D-Type. But it's known for its incredible aerodynamics and racing pedigree, especially on twisty circuits like Autumn Ring. The 1956 Aston Martin D. 41 is a close second because it's a classic beauty and a fierce competitor, but I think the Jaguar D-Type's design might give it that little edge in handling and speed around those tight corners. The others are fantastic cars, but for a race on this specific circuit, I'd put my money on the D-Type. Wow, what a matchup. We've got bean streams in a classic Maserati 450S, which is known for its power and agility, and Circuit in a sleek 1957 Ferrari 250 Testarossa, famous for its speed and handling. Autumn Ring is a tricky track, so it really comes down to who can make the most of their car's strengths. I'd say the Ferrari might have a slight edge here because of its balance and the tuning of that era. But don't count out the Maserati. It's got some serious muscle. Honestly, it could go either way, but I'm leaning towards the Ferrari, just because it's a bit more nimble around those corners. Who are you rooting for? Alright everyone, the race is underway at Autumn Ring, and standing at the front is Gerloff Diamond in a 1952 Jaguar C-Type, leading the pack in the sports cars 1950 class. Let's see if that classic beauty can hold off the competition. Gerloff Diamond has shot off the line and taken the lead. Maya is holding second place, trying to keep up. Dishonored Fox is in third, hanging tight and waiting for a mistake. Dishonored Fox is now in first place. HP Lootcraft has climbed to third. Unknown Tactids is up to fifth. Maya and Unknown Tactids are battling hard for fourth. Girl of Diamond and Dishonored Fox are still neck and neck for first place. Unknown Tactics just gained one spot and is now in fourth. Maya and Unknown Tactics are battling hard for fourth position. Maya has just overtaken Unknown Tactics to move into fourth place. King Chu 22 is climbing up to sixth place. The battle for fourth is heating up. Unknown Tactics and Maya are nose to tail for fourth place. BioArt is sneaking up to sixth, trying to break into the top five. King Chu 22 and BioArt are locked in a close fight for sixth. King Chu 3-2 just overtook someone to take 6th place. The Award and King Chu 22 are still nose to tail for that spot. Stephen Brinkley is climbing 2 positions to 9th. He's in a close fight with Flanky Frankie for 8th. The Art is climbing up to 6th place. Unknown Tactics is right behind, both fighting for 5th. Flanky Frankie and King Chu 22 are nose to nose for 7th. Evolution 954 is charging through the field, now in 8th place. Amy is also climbing, now in 9th after overtaking 3 cars. Lanky Frankie is having a tough time, dropping 12 spots to 20. Dylan Wolf is driving a 1956 Maserati 450. It's currently in 14th place. Looks like they're holding steady, but not making much progress yet. The UART is closing in on HP Lootcraft, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Stephen Brinkley is climbing up 1 spot to 11. Kickass Lady X3 is advancing 2 spots to 14. Girl of Diamond just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Spikles is climbing steadily to reach the top 20. Blanky Frankie's closing in on Amstec, the gap shrinking fast. The battle for the 19th position is heating up. HP Lootcraft is gaining on Dishonored Fox, closing the gap by a little over a second. Evolution and 154 just climbed 1 spot to 7th place. Anarchy 6 and Spikeballs are locked in a close fight for 17th. The OART is climbing to 3rd place. Stephen Brinkley is chipping away at Unstabil's lead, now just a 1.5 seconds behind. Spikeballs is catching Bacho Grande, closing the gap by over a second. Maya is closing in on the leader, gaining ground steadily. Amy is hot on King Chu 22's tail, the gap shrinking fast. Stephen Brinkley is chipping away at Unstabil, making it a tight fight. Kickass Lady X3 is climbing up to 13, leaving some behind. Dishonored Fox takes the lead now in 1st place. Stephen Brinkley climbs to 10th. Beans Streams is closing in on Unstable, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Girl of Diamond just overtook someone to take the lead. Dishonored Fox and Girl of Diamond are nose to nose for the top spot. Bacho Grande and Spikeballs are fighting hard for the 16th position. Evolution 954 is closing in on Unknown Tactics, cutting the gap to just under a second. Stephen Brinkley is gaining on Amy, closing the distance by over a second. Jill Wolf is climbing up to 14th place, making moves through the field. Sir Gaming Gate and Jill Wolf are locked in a fierce fight for the 14th spot. Spikeops just nudged up 1 position to 16th. Silhouette is closing the gap on Anarchy 6, shaving off 1.7 seconds. Wow, Dishonored Fox, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like the finish line was just waiting for you. Well done! Wow, congratulations to Girl of Diamond. You really showed everyone how it's done out there. Great job on taking the win. And for Amy, fantastic work on the most overtakes. You've earned yourself a gorgeous 1959 Maserati Tipo 6061 Birdcage. That's an incredible prize. Well done to both of you. Alright, everyone. Get those hands ready and make your picks before time runs out. We don't want any cars left to fend for themselves. Hurry up and choose your champion. Well, both of these classic muscle cars are pretty legendary in their own right. But I have to lean toward Amy in the Pontiac Firebird. That's a pretty iconic ride. And even though it's from 1968, it's still got that raw power and classic charm that could give her an edge. Tokido Kibri's Barracuda is no slouch either. But I think the Firebird might have a slight performance advantage on this track. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen, so it's still anyone's race. Alright folks, the race is underway at the Automotodrome Grobnik, and leading the pack is the vintage Trans Am class with Global's Ixel in a 1970 Pontiac Firebird. Looks like it's ready to throw it back and burn some rubber right from the pole. Global Ailstail has taken an early lead. TPPKA is holding strong in second, and Amy is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. TPKPA has just taken the lead, claiming first place. Tokido Kibre is now in third, closing the gap. Liam has moved up to fifth. Liam and Amy are locked in a fierce duel for fourth place. Cobracle and I are neck and neck for ninth place. Amy and Tokido Kibre are still locked in a fierce fight for third. Pedro Gameretsa just nudged up one spot to 13. Maya and Cobracle are nose to tail for ninth place. Cobracle just made a move to overtake, but Maya is holding firm. The gap is shrinking fast. Maya is climbing up to 8th place. Silhouette is now in 16th. Ragnarok has moved into 18th. Chubby Panda is climbing up to 5th place. Prerogamesa and Tifot's 84 are nose to nose for 12th. Ragnaroks and Meg's Boring Life are locked in a close fight for 16th. Cobracull is climbing fast into 6th place. Zot's Fire just overtook 3 cars to reach 8th. Shero Gamerasach is also making moves, passing 4 cars to sit in 9th. Linulak is on a tier, overtaking 7 cars to grab 7th place. Nar Pink Wolf is even more aggressive, passing 10 cars to sit in 8th. Leayum just nudged up 1 spot to 6th. The race is heating up. Amy is holding a small lead over Takidoka Bree, but with only 2 laps left, it's anyone's game. Bree's right behind, so expect some last-minute drama. Amy is driving a 1968 Pontiac Firebird and is currently in 3rd place. Looks like she's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Maya is right behind Inner Pink Wolf now, closing the gap rapidly. They're battling for 8th place and it's getting intense. Amin-san just gained a spot and is now in 16th, climbing the ranks. Maya is now in 7th place, closing the gap. Lin Lilac is right behind, both pushing hard. Cobracull and Nar Pink Wolf are nose to tail for 8th, no room for mistakes. Maya just gained 1 spot and is now in 7th place. Silhouette moved up 2 spots and is now in 13th. Default's 84 and Gliding Penguin are nose to nose fighting for 14th. Gliding Penguin is climbing to 13th place. Big Boy Bets is closing in on Amundsen, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Chubby Panda is holding a solid position in the middle of the pack and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing hard. The vintage Trans Am cars are holding tight with close lap times, showing the track suits their power and handling. The Group 3 cars are spread out, likely struggling with the mix of older models and the track's demands. Maya is climbing fast into 3rd place, leaving 4 cars behind. Lin Lilac is right behind, also gaining 4 spots to take 4th. Cobracull is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to settle in 6th. Things are heating up. Takidoki is on a tier, climbing 8 spots to 4th. Chubby Panda is even more aggressive, overtaking 11 cars to land in 5th. Ragnaroks is making steady progress, moving up 3 places to 12th. Zot's Fire just made a bold move, climbing 5 spots to 11. Lin Lilac continues her steady ascent, now in 7th. Gliding Penguin is also on the rise, moving 2 places to 12. Cobracull just climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Ember Pink Wolf also moved up 1 spot to 9th. Default's 84 is closing in on Amundsen, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Looks like a battle brewing. Congratulations to TPPPA on winning the race. Looks like they really took the lead and left everyone in the dust. Well done. Wow, TPPPA really pulled off an incredible feat winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and overtaking like a champion. That's some serious domination. Congratulations to them. And hey, Amy, congratulations on winning the bet race. You get to claim a 1968 Pontiac Firebird, also known as a vintage Trans Am. That's a sweet classic to add to your collection. Well done, everyone. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. The Formula 1300 class is kind of like the hidden gem of racing. Tiny cars with big ambitions. They might be small, but they have a surprisingly competitive spirit. Think of it as the underdog of the racing world, proving that you don't need turbocharged engines to put on a good show. It's all about skill and precision, and honestly, it makes for some pretty exciting racing to watch. Alright, this is an interesting matchup. The Metal X from 75 has a certain vintage charm, but the Melkus from 77 might have a slight edge with its design and features from that era. It's like two grandpas racing their favorite cars, but only one can cross the finish line first. Considering the car choices, I'd say Balsamic Vint 183 with the Melkus has a better shot. But you never know with AI drivers. They can surprise us by turning into the next fastest thing on wheels. Let's see who takes the victory today. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Circuit du Var, and Amy is starting in pole position. driving a classic 1975 Metalex MTX 103BA. Let's see if this vintage beauty can hold off the modern challengers. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, Rex and Zero right behind in second, and Agritz 34 holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Thomas Moran and Cap Holster are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Maya has gained 2 positions and is now 8th. Unknown Tactics and Maya are nose to nose for 8th. Thomas Moran just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th place. Cap Holster and Thomas Moran are nose to tail fighting for 6th. Unknown Tactics also moved up 1 spot and is now in 8th. Cap Holster just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th place. Thomas Moran and Cap Holster are nose to tail fighting for 6th. Bazamik Vintwu 183 and I are locked in a close duel for 10th. Amy is leading the race in a 1975 Metalex MTX 103BF. Looks like she's setting the pace and has a comfortable gap. No signs of trouble so far. Thomas Moran just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th place. Cap Holster and Thomas Moran are nose to tail, fighting hard for 6th. The Formula 1300 cars seem evenly matched, but the track might be favoring those with better handling and agility. No clear leader pulling away yet. Cap Holster is in 6th place with the Metalex MTX 103B from 1975. Their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Agritz 34 is driving a 1979 Estonia 20. They're currently in 3rd place, holding steady with a decent lap time of 12.406. Looks like they're keeping pace but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Amy's leading comfortably and setting the pace. Looks like he's got this one in the bag unless something dramatic happens. Rex Nitzerer is leading with a time of 1:1:17. Their car is an Estonia 21 from 1981, and it seems to be handling the race well so far. Unknown Tactics is driving a 1978 Avia AE2. Their race looks a bit shaky with the slowest lap time among the top 10 and currently in 9th place. Maya is holding steady in 10th but still has a shot if Balsamic Vintwu 183 slips up. Balsamic Vintwu 183 is just ahead and might be vulnerable if Maya pushes hard in the final lap. My car is a 1975 Metalex MTX 103B. Same as the leader but a few spots behind. Race seems tight with a best lap of 1 minute, 2 seconds, and 800 milliseconds. Not bad for a vintage ride. Rex Nitzerer is leading in a classic 1981 Estonia 21.01. Looks like they're holding a solid pace and trying to keep the pressure on the current leader. Raudivzerolf is in a 1978 Avia AE2, same as Dol Rogue. They're currently in 9th place, just ahead of the last two drivers. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Wow, Amy really took the checkered flag. Guess the competition was just racing to keep up. Wow, Amy. Congratulations on winning the race. You really drove that car like a pro, and you totally earned it. Well done. And great news for Amy. Since she got the fastest lap, she can now claim the legendary 1975 Medal XMT X103B. The Formula 1300. That's some serious bragging rights right there. Maya, since you won the bet race, you also get to claim this same classic car. Looks like both of you are about to add a pretty sweet ride to your collection. And Core 1's Super. 7 wins in a row? That's almost as impressive as my coffee intake in the mornings. You've earned yourself 500 request points, so keep up the winning streak. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make your final choices and get ready to see these AI cars battle it out. Don't miss out on the thrill. Alright folks, this is a classic matchup. We've got JD Anburn in a vintage Aston Martin AMR, one from 1989, and a Gretz 34 in a 1984 Jaguar XJR5. Both of these cars have their own charm and history, but we're racing on Circuit Essen Retro, which is all about tricky corners and nostalgic vibes. The Aston Martin might be a bit more nimble, thanks to its aerodynamic design from that era. But the Jaguar XJR5 is known for its reliability and power. It's like choosing between a smooth jazz or a bold rock anthem. My gut says the Jaguar might have a slight edge in raw speed, but don't count out the Aston Martin's finesse around those corners. So, I'd lean towards the Jaguar having a tiny advantage, but this one's definitely a close call. Let's see who takes it. Alright, everyone. The race is underway at the Circuit Essen Retro track, and it looks like Amy is starting on pole in that classic 1985 Lancia LC22. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the AI will surprise us. Amy is leading the race with a strong start. Apex Milkbag is right behind in second place. Apidope is holding on to third, but expects some action to shake things up soon. Apex Milkbag is now in first place. Jude Smoky Blunt has moved up to fifth. Agreets 34 is in seventh. The race is heating up. Jordan F is climbing fast into the top 20. Orange Funk is also making moves up the field. Orange Funk and Jungen Storage Store 202 are nose to nose for the 18th spot. Nonstop 202 is driving a Porsche 944 Turbo from 1988. They are currently in the middle of the pack, in the 16th place, so not quite turbocharged into the top yet. Agrid's 34 just moved up one spot to 6th place. Frogsworth and Pondon are nose to tail for 14. Pondon is driving a 1985 Mazda RX-7, a lightweight and nimble choice. Their race seems steady in the middle of Group A, not making any big moves but holding position. Nonstop 988 is driving a 1993 Porsche 968 Turbo RS ST. They're currently in the 20th place, so it looks like a tough race for them so far. Schmerzenlive is climbing up to 3rd place. Appia and Schmerzenlive are nose to nose for that spot. Yadi Anburn is advancing to 7th. Orange Funk is driving a 1993 Porsche 968 Turbo RS. They're currently in the 18th place, so it looks like the race is a bit of a struggle for them. Pondon is closing in on Team Tenatia, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Jordan F and Dongazon 3 are nose to nose for 16th place. Nonstop 988 and Nonstop 202 are locked in a fierce fight for 19. Yadi Anburn is holding on to 7th place, while Agrid's 34 is just behind in 8th. Looks like a tight battle, but JD Anburn has a slight edge for now. Captain Canadian is driving a 1989 Nissan R89C. They are currently in 11th place and seem to be holding steady without major drama. Wanabakito is driving a 1985 Ferrari 288 GTO, a classic supercar known for its speed and style. They are currently in the 20th place, so it looks like the race is a bit of a struggle for them today. Dudes Mokia Blunt and Aper Dope are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Jordan F is climbing up one spot to take 16. Dongazon 3 and Jordan F are nose to nose for 16. Schmerzenlive is climbing to 2nd place. Appia Dope is now 3rd. Dudes Mokia Blunt is pushing into 4th. Looks like a little race for the top spots. Gravy Graves is climbing up to 7th place. Maya is inching closer to 8. Captain Canadian is also moving up, now in 9. Looks like the battle for 8th is heating up between Maya and Captain Canadian. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Naturalian Lucky is now in 10th, inching closer to the top. Oscar Wolf has moved up to 11th, just behind. Amy is now in 19th, clearly having a rough time. Maya is closing in on Gravy Graves, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. Amy has moved up one spot to take 18th place. Schmerzenleib is driving a 1989 Nissan R89C, currently in second place. They're close behind the leader and have a fastest lap of 2 minutes, 4 seconds, making their race look pretty solid so far. Congratulations to Apex Milkbag on the victory. Looks like they really milked the competition for all it was worth. Well done. Wow, Apex Milkbag really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations on the win. You must be feeling pretty good right now. That was a fantastic race, and you totally earned it. Can't wait to see if you can keep up the winning streak. Alright everyone, time is almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your chance to jump in and make your choice. Don't miss out on the action. Oh wow, this is a classic showdown. Both these cars are vintage beauties, but the 1965 Cooper T77 might have a slight edge with its more advanced design for that era. Still, Bizashibi's 1961 Cooper T55 is no slouch, and could surprise us with some vintage flair. I'd say it's a close call, but I'd put my money on Gaming Tofi Cancer, due to the slightly newer model possibly offering better handling and speed. Still, let's see how the AI does on that twisty track. Anything can happen. Alright folks, The race kicks off at the Autodromo di Franciacorta short track. Starting on pole is AP Terdope in a classic 1962 Lola Mark IV Climax. Let's see if the vintage vibes give them an edge or if chaos ensues. Dope has taken the lead right out of the gate. Captain Canadian is holding strong in second place. Silhouette is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Silhouette just sneaked into second place. Mare Pink Wolf is also climbing up to fourth. Yaki Ramen and Bjorn Art are nose-to-nose fighting for fifth. Looks like someone just slipped into sixth place. Bjorn Art and the other driver are locked in a tight fight for fifth. Hermit Media is climbing up to ninth, inching closer to the top 10. JC Productions is really having a rough time, dropping 7 spots to 15. Yaki Ramen and another driver are nose-to-nose, fighting for 6th place. Hermit Media is climbing up 1 spot to 8th. GC Productions is dropping back to 21st place. Someone and Bjorn Art are nose-to-nose for 5th. Gaming to Fight Cancer and Mighty Chunk are locked in a close fight for 13th. Silhouette is driving a 1965 BRMP 261, a car known for its balance and agility. They're currently in second place, holding steady and not making any dramatic moves. Looks like they're just waiting for the right moment to pounce. Hermit Media is closing in on Yaki Ramen, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Aetherplasm is climbing up 1 spot to take 18th place. Mighty Chunk is climbing up to 13th place. Gaming To Fight Cancer and Mighty Chunk are nose-to-nose for that spot. GC Productions is chipping away at 90, closing the gap by over a second. Gaming To Fight Cancer moves up to 13th place. Lisa Shibi is gaining on Mighty Chunk, closing the distance by just over a second. GC Productions is hot on Naibi's tail, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Mare Pink Wolf is climbing up to 3rd place. GC Productions is sneaking into 21st. Billy is driving a Ferrari 158 from 1964. They're currently in the 13th place, with a decent lap time, but seem to be a bit behind the leaders. Lisa Shibi is driving a 1961 Cooper T55 and is currently in 16th place. Her lap time is a bit slower at 1 minute 8 seconds, so she's not exactly setting the pace today. Aetherplasm just nudged up 1 spot to 17. La Roche is right behind, so this could get interesting. Someone just climbed 1 spot to take 5th place. La Roche moved up 1 spot to 17th. Wrestling 567 is chipping away at Aetherplasm, closing the gap by over a second. Gaming To Fight Cancer is leading the duel with the fastest lap so far. Liashabi is a bit behind but still in the mix. Looks like a close fight to the finish. Naibi's car is a 1965B RMP 261, which is known for its sleek design and competitive performance. Their race seems to be a disaster so far, sitting in last place with no lap time recorded. Gaming Tofite Cancer's pushing hard with the fastest lap, but he's still in 13th. He's got a shot if he keeps this pace up. Gaming Tofite Cancer is on a hot streak with the fastest lap, but he's still in the middle of the pack. He needs to find a way to overtake some cars if he wants to finish higher. Captain Canadian is racing a 1965 Ferrari 1512, which is known for its speed and agility. They started in second and are currently in fourth, so they're holding their own but not quite leading the pack. The F1 1960 cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the track's tight corners and short layout favor drivers with quick lap times like Hermit Media and Tailsoft Strully. The mix of car classes isn't causing much chaos yet, but the older models might struggle with the track's demands. Hermit Media is climbing up to 5th place. Someone in Hermit Media are nose to nose for 5th. Tailsoft Strully is inching into the top 10. Silhouette is driving the 1965 BER-MP 261, which is holding 2nd place. Their fastest lap is a solid one, 7.1421, keeping them close to the leader. Looks like a steady race for now. Congratulations, Aperdo! You really showed them how it's done at Autodromo de Francia Corta Short. Looks like the checkered flag was just waiting for you to grab it. Wow! Congratulations to APTR Dope for winning the race. That was some impressive driving. I guess all those hours of virtual racing paid off. Great job! Well, fun fact about the Autosport Speedway oval track is that it's so fast and smooth that even slobs would want to race here if they could keep up. It's designed for speed and agility, making every race a thrill to watch. Alright, we've got Celestial Inari in a Penske PC23, and Tangaducky TTV in a Lola T9500 at Autosport Speedway Oval. Both are pretty iconic cars from the mid-90s, but the Penske has a reputation for being a bit more refined and competitive on ovals. The PC23 was known for its agility and stability, which could give Celestial Inari a slight edge, especially if they handle it well. Tangaducky TTV's Lola is no slouch either and would be a tough competitor, especially if they find the perfect racing line. But if I had to bet, I'd say Celestial Inari might have the upper hand here thanks to the car's characteristics and the experience it lends on quick, oval-style track. Of course, in racing, anything can happen, so I'll be eagerly watching to see if Tangadaki can surprise us. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Autosport Speedway Oval with Baubai Biolab on pole, slicing through the track in a 1995 Penske PC-23. Looks like a classic in the making. Baubai Biolab has shot off the line to take the lead. Celestial Inari is holding strong in second place. Tangadaki TTV is right behind in third, looking for an opening. Celestial Inari and Baubai Biolab are nose-to-nose at the front. Tangadaki TTV and Celestial Inari are locked in a fierce fight for second. Circa Mingate and Tangadaki TTV are battling hard for third place. Celestial Inari just took the lead, now in first place. Sir Gaming 8 and Tangadaki TTV are still neck and neck for third. I am battling Sir Gaming 8 for fourth and it's getting pretty close. Tangadaki TTV and Baubai Biolab are neck and neck for second place. Amy just gained one spot and is now in fifth. Amy and Sir Gamingate are battling hard for fourth. Tangadaki TTV is climbing up to second place. Baubai Biolab and Tangadaki TTV are nose-to-nose for second. Sir Gamingate and Baubai Biolab are locked in a close fight for third. Naibe is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take 4th place. T-Bone just nudged into 8th. Gyeongklu Yosho also gained 1 spot, now 9th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Naibe is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Zirk Gamingate has also moved up 1 spot into 4th. They are neck and neck in a close fight for 3rd. Sir Gamingate is climbing up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Naiba and Sir Gamingate are nose to tail for 3rd. Baubai Biolab and Naibe are locked in a close fight for 4th. Tangadaki TTV and Celestial Inari are nose to nose for 1st place. Sir Gamingate and Tangadaki TTV are fighting hard for 2nd. Baubai Biolab is climbing up 1 spot to take 4th. Dylan Wolf is climbing fast, now in 6th place. Yuki Ramen is also making moves, now in 9th. Sir Gamingate just edged into 2nd and is chasing the leader. The battle for 1st between Sir Gamingate and Celestial Inari is heating up neck and neck. Baubai Biolab is climbing up to 3rd place now. Naya and Baubai Biolab are nose to nose for that spot. Yaki Ramen is making a move, jumping 2 positions to 7th. Naiba and Baubai Biolab are neck and neck for 3rd place. Tangadaki DTV and Yaki Ramen are locked in a close fight for 7th. T-Bomb and I are also battling hard for 9th. Circamingite and Celestia Linari are nose-to-nose at the front. Naiba and Biobai Biola are locked in a fierce fight for third place. Maya is climbing up the field, now in 8th, inching closer to the top. The Empress is on a tier, climbing 8 places. Rip 3 out 25 is not far behind, moving up 5 spots. Catgirl TM is making a move, gaining 3 positions. Beyond Food Arc Souls is making a nice climb up to 13th place. Tangadaki TTV is dropping back to 17. Celestia Linari and Cirque Gaming Gate are locked in a fierce duel for the top spot. Wow, Cirque Gaming Gate really took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's been practicing those victory laps. Wow, Circamingite really pulled off an amazing win. Congratulations! That was some impressive driving. I guess the AI still has a lot to learn about taking the checkered flag. Great job! For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability, because Road America has those long sweeping turns and elevation changes that really test a car's agility and grip. You want a car that can dive into corners confidently without losing control. Speed is important, but without good cornering capabilities, you'll be losing precious time. So, a balanced mix of power and nimbleness is what I value most for this kind of racetrack. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your favorite yet, you better hurry up because the clock's running out. Don't miss your chance to cheer for the sleekest, fastest, or just the most ridiculous car in this AI race. Time's almost up, so make your choice before the digital checkered flag waves. Wow, this is like a clash of the old school muscle cars. Autumn Thunderbird, with the AMC Javelin, versus Sedimoji James, in the Chevrolet Camaro. Both are classic beasts. But the Javelin has that lightweight advantage, and some innovative design for its time, while the Camaro brings that raw American muscle power. Honestly, I'd give a slight edge to the Camaro because it's been a favorite for racing, and has a reputation for speed and handling. But don't count out the Javelin. It's the underdog here and might surprise us with some clever driving or a bit of racing magic. So, my bet is on Sedimoji James Camaro, just because of its track record in racing history. But I wouldn't be shocked if Autumn Thunderbird's Javelin pulls off a win. This one's going to be fun to watch. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Road America, and Better Bloke is leading the pack on pole position in that stunning 1970 Ford Mustang boss. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead, or if the others have tricks up their sleeves. Stay tuned. A Better Bloke has shot off the line to take the lead. Henfatic is holding strong in second place, and Ragnarok is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Ragnarok is climbing to second place. Ragnarok and a Better Bloke are neck and neck for the lead. Zenyahima is advancing to sixth place. Zenyahima and Swell Place TV are fighting for fifth. Scorch Log is climbing up to third place. Zenyahima is also moving up, now in fifth. Swell Place TV and Zenyahima are nose to tail fighting for fifth place. Swell Place TV and Zenyahima are nose to tail for fifth place. Captain Canadian just gained one spot, now in seventh. Diane Show and Captain Canadian are also fighting for seventh, so it's a crowded little pack. Maya and Autumn Thunderbird are nose to tail for 12th place. Caffeinated Car just gained one spot, now in 18th. Winnie Tapsambong 6 is also climbing, up 1 to 20th. Meanwhile, Winnie Tapsambong 8 and Egenerate are locked in a close fight for 19th. Autumn Thunderbird is really having a rough time dropping to 30. Swell Place Dave V is climbing steadily to 5th. JD Anburn is making a move to 10th. Maya just overtook someone to move into 11th place. Amy and Maya are nose to tail for that position. Sedimoji James is climbing up to 12th place. Amy just nudged into 11th place. Looks like she's got her eyes on the prize. Maya and Amy are nose to tail for 11th. This is getting spicy. Taknasty and Toadette the kitty are locked in a fierce duel for 22nd. Who's going to blink first? Autumn Thunder is really closing in on Beyond Two Dark Souls, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. Wrestling 567 is gaining on Shoebox TV, closing the distance by just over a second. Pumpkin Off Glory is climbing the ranks, moving up one spot to 25th. Autumn Thunderbird is closing in fast on Beyond Two Dark Souls, shrinking the gap by over 6 seconds. Captain Canadian and Zenyahima are nose to nose for 6th place. Waifuana is climbing up to 13th, leaving her previous spot behind. Shoebox TV and Wenty Tapsambong 6 are neck and neck for 18th place. Wrestling 567 and Egenerate are also battling hard for 20th. Toadette the kitty is climbing up to 23rd, leaving someone behind. Amy is gaining on Jade Anburn, closing the gap by just over a second. Wrestling 567 is climbing up to 21st place. Wrestling 567 and Shoebox TV are nose to nose for 19. Pumpkin Offlery just sliced through the field to take the lead. I bet the bloke is not giving up without a fight, staying close behind. Amy and Jade Anburn are neck and neck for 11th place. Looks like a good scrap. A bad date. I am seeing serious. A parashta the Dell. Extract Narox climbs to second. Inditio 0 Day. Emphatic makes a nice move up to third. Race is heating up. Jade Anburn just climbed 1 spot to 9th place. Waifuana is gaining 2 spots and now sits in 11. Waifuana and Rondom 69 are nose to nose fighting for 10th place. Waifuan is climbing up to 10th place. Tyler Drums 31 and Toadette the Kitty are nose to nose for 24. Autumn Thunderbird is narrowing the gap on Beyond Food Dark Souls by 2.7 seconds. Wrestling 567 has moved up 1 spot to take 20th place. Kyroscope is also up 1 spot to 25. Tyler Drums 31 and Kyroscope are locked in a close fight for 25. Autumn Thunderbird is closing in on Beyond Food Dark Souls like a heat-seeking missile. Tyler Drums 31 just jumped 2 spots, now in 24th. Unistix is climbing 1 spot to 26. And Unistix and Toadette the Kitty are locked in a fierce duel for 25th place. Autumn Thunderbird is closing in on Beyond Food Dark Souls fast, cutting the gap by 6/4 seconds. Beast McGee is creeping up on Figure 80 Sport, closing the distance by 140 seconds. Tyler Drums 31 and Cobra Cola locked in a tight battle for 23rd place. Wow, look at that. A better bloke just took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Well done. Wow, what a performance! Congratulations to Better Bloke for taking the win. You really outpaced the competition today. That was some impressive driving. Sure. Did you know the Sochi Autodrome is the only racetrack that runs along a stretch of the Black Sea? It's like racing on a seaside resort with the mountains in the background. It definitely adds a little extra flair to the adrenaline rush. Hey everyone, the clock's ticking down. Make sure to pick your favorite car before it's too late. Don't miss out on the fun. Wow, both of these cars are true classics from the golden era of racing. The Brabham BT44B, driven by the Empress, has that nostalgic charm and is known for its unique design. But it might struggle a bit against the more refined aerodynamics of the McLaren N23. Nonstop 44's car might have a slight edge in handling and speed, especially on a track like Sochi where corners and agility are key. I'd probably lean towards Nonstop 44's McLaren for the win. But hey, in the world of AI racing, surprises are always just a turn away. Let's see how it all unfolds. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Sochi Autodrome with the classic F1 cars. Starting on pole is the Agenarite driving a vintage Parnelli by PJ4. Let's see how this blast from the past does in today's race. The race kicks off with Agenarite leading the pack, followed closely by EU20 plays and Maya in third. Looks like the front three are already setting the pace. Evolution 954 and Maya on nose to tail for third place. Lord Secretsby just gained one spot and is now sixth. Lord Secretsby and Relaxed View are fighting hard for fifth. Lord Secretsby just gained one position and is now in fifth place. Mr. Roche and Relaxed View are nose-to-nose fighting for sixth. Rusna Palm 6 has moved up one spot and is now in 11th. Mr. Roche and Relaxed View are nose-to-tail for sixth place. The Empress just gained one spot and is now in 12th. Wei Tabs and Bongi X and the Empress are fighting hard for 12th, both pushing to gain ground. Adam Flash and Bunnies of Doom are nose to tail for 8th place. Wendy Tapsumbonks is climbing up 1 spot to 12. The Empress and Unki Tapsumbonkex are locked in a close fight for 12. Uventi Plays is leading in a Ferrari 312 a classic from 1975. Looks like they're holding the top spot comfortably so far. Adam Flash is climbing up to 8th place. Jade Soul Gaming is narrowing the gap to Dishonored Fox by 1.3 seconds. Anarchizixits is driving a Ponelli V PJ4 and is currently in 16th place. Looks like they're trying to climb up but still stuck behind some others. Risna Palm 6 is holding on to 10th place, but just Annette V is closing in on a better bloke for 18th. Adam Flash and Mr. Rosh are locked in a close fight for 7th place. School Busrus TV just gained a spot to move into 16th. Dor Rogue and School Busrus TV are battling it out for 16th. Adam Flash and Mr. Rosh are locked in a close fight for 7th place. Anarchizix just gained 1 position to take 13th. The Apris and Anarchizix are also battling it out for the 13th spot. Bunnies of Doom and Adam Flash are nose to tail for 8th place. Rusna Palm 6 and Amy are locked in a fierce scrap for 10th. Tampris is climbing up to 13th, just 1 spot behind. Bunnies of Doom is climbing up to 8th place. Rusna Palm 6 and Amy are nose to nose for 10th. Yaid Selgaming is chipping away at Dishonored Fox, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Rusna Palm 6 is climbing up to 10th place. Dor Rogue and Adanut 44 are neck and neck for 15th. Just and Etvan the Better Bloke are locked in a close fight for 18th. Bunnies of Doom is racing a Brabham BT44B and currently holds 8th place. Their race seems steady but uneventful so far. Bunnies of Doom is climbing up to 7th place. Just and Etvan a Better Bloke are nose to nose for 18th. Relaxed View and Lord Zekrisby are nose to tail for 5th place. Mr. Rosh is climbing up to 7th, just ahead of Relaxed View. The fight for 6th is heating up with Mr. Rosh and Relaxed View battling it out. Bunnies of Doom is climbing up to 7th place. Schoolbus Rostefiev and Dor Rogue are locked in a fierce fight for 16th. Lord Zekritsby and Evolution 954 are nose to tail for 4th place. The Empress and Vice Tapsumbongeeks are locked in a close fight for 12th. Adam Flash climbs 1 spot to 8th place. Mr. Rosh and Adam Flash are nose to tail for 8th. The Empress advances 1 spot to 12th. The Empress and Amy are locked in a close fight for 11th. Maya and U20 Plays are nose to tail for 2nd place. Mr. Rosh is climbing up to 8th. The Empress and Amy are locked in a close fight for 11th. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Weni Tapsumbonkex has moved up to 12th place. De Empress and Ducky Tapson Monks are neck and neck for 12th. Wow, Eganate just took the checkered flag. Looks like they were born to win. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, I can't believe Egenerate took the victory. Great job to them. That was an impressive run, clearly outpacing the rest of the competition. Everyone better watch out, Egenerate is definitely showing some serious skills today. Sure thing. Did you know that the Barber Motorsports Park is often called one of the most scenic racetracks in the world? It's surrounded by beautiful Alabama countryside, and even has a world-class motorcycle museum right on the property. Basically, you get a race and a little bit of art and history all in one place. Now that's a track with style. Alright, we've got U20 plays in a classic Eagle Mark V and Kilo Juliet Delta and a Surtees TS5. Both are vintage beauties from 1968. But the real question is how well these oldies can keep up on Barber Motorsports Park. The Eagle Mark V has a reputation for being a nimble and aggressive racer, perfect for tight curves and quick acceleration. On the other hand, the Surtees TS5 is known for its steady handling and balanced performance. Honestly, I'd give a slight edge to U20 plays in the Eagle because of its lighter frame and racing pedigree. But don't count Kilo Juliet Delta out just yet. If the Surtees can hold its line and make the most of its grip, it might surprise us all. So, who's it going to be? I'd say U20 plays has the upper hand, but keep your eyes on Kilo Juliet Delta, because vintage cars can sometimes pull off the unexpected. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Barber Motorsports Park, and Beats with Kev is starting on pole in a classic 1968 Lotus 70 for the Formula 5000 class. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold on to the lid. Beats with Kev has shot out in front, leading the pack. E20 Plays is hanging tight in second, trying to keep up. Kilo Juliet Delta is in third, already a bit behind but not out of the fight. Detoxinance and Kilo Juliet Delta are nose to nose for third place. K Bumper and Maya are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Mr. Wolf J is climbing 2 spots to 11th. Wolf's Light is on the charge, climbing to 10th place. La Croissant 1980 is right behind, also making moves. Nyarlito Tep 98 is closing in fast, pushing through the pack. Mr. Wolf J is really making a statement, climbing from the back to the front, and now battling for the top spot. Shoot 'em up is climbing fast, already in the top 20. Beats with Kev and Mr. Wolf J are nose to nose for the lead. Looks like a showdown. Beats with Kev just edged into first place. EU20 Plays is right behind, closing the gap. Looks like a battle for the lead is heating up. EU20 Plays and Beats with Kev are neck and neck for first place. Rosaurus just gained 1 spot to take 7th. Kai Bumper and Rosaurus are also fighting hard for 7th. Kilo Juliet Delta is now in 2nd place. Your Instinct and U20 Plays are still nose to nose for 3rd. Kai Bumper has climbed to 7th. Rosaurus is climbing to 7th place. Nyarlatot Pep 98 and Starbucks are both inching up to 11th and 12th respectively. Looks like the race is heating up. K Bumper is in 8th place, driving a Lola T190. Looks like they're holding their own, but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Your Instinct is dropping like a stone to 16. Detoxinance is inching closer to the top 4. Aisley is sneaking into the 5th spot. Owen Storm is climbing nicely to 12th place. Neither Starks and Wolf's Light are still nose to nose for 13. Amy is making her way to 16, 1 spot at a time. Starbucks and Yarlathod, picked 98, are nose to nose for 10th place. Owen Storm and Starbucks are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Mr. Wolf J just gained a spot, and is now in 21st. Wolf's Light is climbing up to 12th place. Nadzerup Starks is also moving up to 13th place. Owen Storm and Nerup Starks are nose to nose for 13th place. Starbucks is driving a 1968 McKee Mark 12. They are currently in the 12th place, just ahead of Wolf's Light. Their fastest lap is 1:34.517, so they're holding a decent pace but still have some ground to make up. Owen Storm is driving a Lola T190 and is currently in the 15th place. Their fastest lap is a solid one, 33.16, 5th dive. so they're holding a decent pace, but still have some room to improve. The track's tight corners are favoring the quick lap times of the front runners, especially those with agile cars. The longer straights are giving some a chance to catch up, but overall, precision seems key here. Amy is currently in the 16th place, driving a 1966 McLaren M10. Their fastest lap is a quick 1:30.507. Looks like they're making some moves but still have room to climb higher. Unclearly Gaming just sneaked into 8th place. Starbucks is climbing up to 10th. Looks like the race is heating up. Kilo Juliet Delta takes the lead now at the front of the pack. U20 Plays is right behind in 2nd place. Detoxins is closing in on the top 3. Wow, Beats with Kev just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's been practicing. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Kilo Juliet Delta really dominated the race. Congratulations on the victory. That was some impressive driving. And hey Maya, with the fastest lap, you get to claim the 1969 Le Grand Mark 11. Not a bad prize for blazing through the circuit like a pro. Well done. A fun fact about the 23 Alzen Porsche 996 Biturbo is that it was built for one purpose: speed. This car was heavily modified by Alzen, a company known for turning up the power and performance on Porsche models. It's like the car said, "You want fast? Hold my turbocharged beverage." The modifications made it a real beast on the track, showing that sometimes a little bit of extra boost can make all the difference. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your move before the countdown hits 0. Don't miss out on your chance to see which AI-driven beast will dominate the race. Hurry up and get those selections in. Alright, this is quite the matchup. The Allianz 7R is known for its speed and agility, especially with that lightweight design and powerful engine. On the other hand, the Lamborghini Murcielago or GT is a beast with its raw power and all-wheel drive traction. Given the track is a reverse layout, I'd say the car that handles tight corners better might have an edge. The Salene's likely to be more nimble in those sections, but the Lamborghini's brute force could make up ground in the straights. Honestly, it could go either way, but I think the Salene might have a slight advantage here because of its balance and cornering prowess. Still, don't count out the Murcielago. It could surprise us all with a burst of speed. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at the Autodromo Lago Maggiore Center Reverse. Singoshi, sitting on pole, is behind the wheel of a classic 24 Chrysler Viper GT-SR. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold on to the lead. The race kicks off with Singoshi leading the pack, followed closely by me in second place, and Archer 192 holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Kick-Ass Lady X3 is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 7. Ovidus is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to reach 20. Lacroson 1980 and Archer 192 are nose-to-nose for third place. Looks like a tight fight. Crandalive is on the charge, now in 21st place after overtaking 3 cars. Squatbender is also climbing fast, moving up 3 spots to 24. Kick-Ass Lady X3 is making a move, climbing 2 places to 5th. Squatbender is making a nice climb up the field, now in 21st. Uncle Tobin is also on the move, now in 24th. Etaplasm is gaining ground, now in 26th. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Daisy Shans is climbing up to 12th place. Wenty Tapsumbong Sayix and Daisy Chains are nose-to-nose for 12. HP Lootcraft and Josh Biosh are fighting for 16. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th place. Dicey Shines also moved up 1 spot, now in 11th. Pamaka and Dicey Chains are nose to tail for 11th. Looks like a good old-fashioned scrap. Got Naibe is really having a rough time, dropping 6 places to 15. U20 Plays is on the move, overtaking 3 cars to sit in 25th. Popcorn Slayer is climbing steadily, moving up 1 spot to 9. Josh Biosh is slicing through the track, closing in on Naibe by over 10 seconds. Kick-Ass Lady X3 and Lacrosom 1980 are locked in a fierce duel for 4th place. Captain Trippy is climbing up the ranks, gaining 1 spot to sit in 13th. Just Senef is climbing up to 22nd place. Uncle Tobin and Justin Etief are battling for that same spot. U20 Plays is also making a move. Now, in 24th place. Adam Flash has just overtaken Kick-Ass Lady X3 for 5th place. Liam is climbing up to 20th position. The race is heating up at the front with Adam Flash pushing hard. Cap'n Trippy advances to 12th place. Uncle Tobin climbs to 20th place. A close fight for 20th place between a better bloke and Uncle Tobin. Maya just overtook Singoshi for the lead. Looks like it's a straight fight now. Uncle Tobin is climbing steadily, up 1 spot to 19. Singoshi just took the lead, claiming 1st place. Naiba is closing in on Daisa Chains, now just 1.2 seconds behind. Grandelive is catching up to Justin Etvev, also reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Kick-Ass Lady X3 is closing in on the top 5, now in 5th. Lemon Coke Games is right behind in 6th, making a move. Amy's dropped quite a bit, now in 15th. Adam Flash is dropping like a stone. Now, in 14th place. U20 Plays is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 23. Amy is really having a rough time, now in 27th. Krandilive is on the move, climbing to 21st place. Bill Theoldai is also gaining ground, moving to 23rd. Adam Flash is dropping back, now in 28th position. Lacroixon 1980 is climbing to 3rd place. E20 Plays is now in 21st. Natrixco has moved up to 28th. Maya has just claimed the lead, pushing into 1st place. Singoshi and Maya are nose to nose for the top spot. Archirone 192 is climbing steadily, now in 3rd place. Well, look at that. Singoshi just took the checkered flag. Guess they're the one to beat now. Wow, Maya, you really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on winning that race like a true champion. And it's official, you can now claim that incredible 24 Saline 7R. I bet it's going to look fantastic in your virtual garage. Well done. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Charade 8km circuit, I would probably go with the 2015 Mercedes-Benz 45 AMG. It's known for its turbocharged power and sporty handling, which would give it an edge on a technical and twisty circuit like charade. The others are nice, but the A45 is kind of a beast when it comes to acceleration and agility. Alright guys, the clock's running out on choosing your cars. If you want to get in on the action, now's your moment before the race kicks off. Don't miss out on your chance to see these AI cars battle it out. Well, with both drivers being pretty much a mystery, this race is shaping up to be anyone's game. Since we don't know their skill levels, I'd say it's a real toss-up. But if I had to pick, I'd probably lean towards the driver who's got the most confidence, even if that's just a guess. Maybe the one who looks the most comfortable behind the wheel. So, let's keep an eye on those two and see if anyone surprises us. Alright folks, the race has just begun at the AQ Maper Charade track. Leading the pack is Quiz 44 in the TCR class, piloting a 2018 Peugeot 308. Let's see if they can hold that pole position or if the others will surprise us. Quiz 44 has shot to the front as the leader. Nonstop is holding strong in second place. And Penny 3 is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Penny 3 and Unstable are nose-to-nose for second place. Hymax and Sean are locked in a close fight for fourth. Bubote just gained one spot to sit in sixth. Bubote and Hymax are battling hard for fifth. Hymax and Shron are nose to tail for fourth place. Tabium is climbing fast, now in 14th. Unstabil is driving a 2016 Opel Astra TC. R looks like they're holding second place comfortably. No overtakes yet. The car is probably feeling pretty stable in this race. Simple Markers is driving a 2020 Geely Binrai. Looks like they're holding steady in 12th place, not making any big moves, but staying in the mix. Wolf's Light is driving a 2012 Mini Cooper Challenge. Looks like they're stuck in the back, probably just trying to keep it on track and avoid any drama. Wolf's Light just overtook Skeksis Beaupre and now sits in 16th place. They're nose to nose in that battle for the same spot. Skex's Prix is racing a 2016 Mazda MX-5 Coupe Tata. Looks like they're stuck in 15th place, probably just enjoying the ride while others race ahead. Jamakshiite is in 10th place with a 2016 Mazda MX-5 Coupe. Teo. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Bubote is driving a Subaru Impreza STIRX from 2015. They are currently in 6th place, so they seem to be holding a solid position, but not quite challenging for the lead. Skex's Prix just overtook Downtalk West for the 16th place. Looks like that battle is heating up. T-Bohm is driving a 2020 Geely Bin Rui. Looks like they're stuck in 16th place, probably just trying to stay out of trouble for now. Direk Official just overtook Justinit and is now in 9th place. They are really neck and neck in this fight for that spot. Wow, Quiz 44 really sprinted to victory. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Well done on claiming the top spot. Wow, look at that! Congrats to Quiz 44 for winning the race. They must have some serious skills, or maybe just got lucky with the traffic. Either way, great job. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Vallelunga Extended Circuit, I might go with the 2011 Audi A4all14. It's got a bit more modern tech, and likely better handling than the older models. The others are more like quirky underdogs or slow smoothers. But I'd bet the R14 has the edge in agility and speed for a track like Vallelunga. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. Romeo-Fizz 13. With the Renault Fluence from 2017 versus Papa KC in the 2000 Audi A-BTTR. While the Audi might have some nostalgic charm and perhaps a bit of weight behind it, I bet on Romeo-Fizz 13's Renault, leaning into its more modern design and likely better handling. The Fluence might not be the flashiest, but its more recent engineering could give it an edge on Vallelunga's extended curves. So I'd say the Renault has the upper hand here. But hey, you never know with these AI races. Anything can happen when the race starts. Alright everyone, we're kicking off at Vallelunga Extended. And look who's on pole. It's Maya in a 2017 Renault Fluence, leading the pack in the DTM class. Let's see if she can hold that front spot. Maya is leading the race right now with H2 Hova. Right behind her, Zakarai TV is in third place, trying to keep up. The top three are all bunched up early on. Zakarai TV just overtook someone to climb into second place. Maya and Zakarai TV are nose to tail for the lead. Stankit and H2 Hova are swapping positions in that tight fight for third. Stankit is climbing to third place. Zombush 86 is now in fifth. Unclearly Gaming is making his way to 11th. Stankit is now in second place. Reko Haruji has moved up to 9th. Chubby Boy RJ is in 11th. Rosaurus is climbing up to 7th place. Ren Kaori and Papa KC are nose to nose for 14th. Maldok CFDF and Trifoninty 3 are locked in a close fight for 20th. Amy just gained a spot and is now in 17th place. Rumi Fist 13 and Amy are nose to tail for 16th. Maldox FDF moved up to 20th. Maldox FDF and Akanoni fighting for 19th. Zombush 86 is climbing up to 4th place. Reiko Haruji is now in 8th. Joshua Island 33 has moved into 9th. The race is heating up. Maldux FDF is driving a 2017 Renault Fluence and is currently in the last place. Looks like they're having a rough race or just taking it easy. Shattered Pixel and H2 Hova are neck and neck for 5th place. Rosaurus and Shattered Pixel are also fighting for 6th. Unclearly Gaming is climbing up to 12th. Shattered Pixel just snuck into 5th place, nudging H2 Hova a bit. Naiba is climbing up to 21st, closing in on Maldox DCF. Looks like the fight for those positions is heating up. H2 Hove is climbing up to 5th place. Sofik is also moving up to 12th. Unclearly Gaming and Zufik are nose to nose for 12th. Unclearly Gaming is climbing up to 12th place. Ren Kaori and Zofik are locked in a close fight for 13. Ren Kaori advances to 13th place. Rummy Fist 13 climbs to 18th place. Akanone and Rummy Fist 13 are locked in a close fight for 18th. Rosaurus is climbing up to 6th place. GT Swins 33 and Reko Haruji are nose to nose for 8th. Papakatsi is making a move to 15th. Zufik is driving a 2004 Audi A411 and is currently in 16th place. Their lap time is significantly slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Trifonenity 3 is driving a 2011 Audi A4 R14. Their race looks steady but not spectacular, currently in 21st place, and just shy of the top 20. Aktuhova is climbing up to 4th place. Chubby boy RJ is making his way to 10th. Ren Kauri is sneaking into 12th. Zombush 86 just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Naturally Unlucky is climbing up to 10th, but Chubby boy RJ is right behind him in that tight battle for 10th. Stankit is gaining ground on Maya, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Chubby boy RJ has climbed one spot to take 10th place. Triffin 83 and Maldox FCF are locked in a close fight for 21st. Papakasi is climbing to 13th place. Amy and Zufik are nose to nose for 15th. Trifon 83 and Maldox FCF are locked in a fierce duel for 21st. Stankit is now in 1st place. Zombush 86 is gaining on Zakarai TV, closing the gap by over a second. Riko Haruji has moved up to 7th place. Amy is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap, but he better watch out for the Renaults closing in. Well, look at that. Stankit just took the checkered flag. Guess they're the one to beat now. Wow, what a win for Stankit. Congratulations. You really showed those other drivers who's boss out there. And great job to Amy for snagging the fastest lap. You're now the proud owner of a 2003 Opel Astra from DTM. Not bad at all. Looks like some lucky drivers are about to get new rides today. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 1995 Williams FW17 would likely take the win on the Circuito Sagalaces. It was a dominant force that season, known for its advanced aerodynamics and reliability. While the McLaren MP410 was also a strong contender, the Williams had that extra edge in handling and speed that tends to shine on technical circuits. So, I imagine the Williams would cross the finish line just ahead of the pack, leaving the rest to settle for the remaining positions. Alright folks, you better make your choice quick because the countdown is almost up. Get those picks in before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decides. Hurry up! The race waits for no one. Oh wow, this is a classic matchup. Both of these cars come from a legendary era of racing, the McLaren MP. 410 is known for its elegance and aerodynamic finesse, but the Jordan 195 has a reputation for being a bit more raw and agile. It's like comparing a fine wine to a sturdy beer. Both are great, but it depends on what kind of thrill you're after. Given the track and the models, I'd say it's a tight race. The McLaren might have the edge in terms of top speed and stability, but the Jordan could outmaneuver it in tight corners. If I had to put my chips down, I'd lean slightly towards the Jordan 195 because of its agility. But honestly, it's a coin toss. Let's see who outsmarts the other on circuitos agualices. Alright, everyone, the race kicks off at Circuitos Agualices, and Lisa Shibi is on pole position driving a 1995 Pacific PR02. Let's see if she can hold that lead. Lisa Shibi is leading the race, followed closely by Advati in second place. Ilya Znobodixel is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Whip 3out25 is on a roll, climbing 3 places to third. Kiprishk is also making moves, gaining 2 spots to sit 6th. Wanger and N84 and Krichke are nose to tail, fighting for 6th. Samun just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th place. Princess Wildface also moved up 1 spot, settling into 14th. Amy and BioArt are nose to nose for 15th, so expect some fireworks there. Saprandigan is climbing up to 10th place. BioArt is also moving up to 14th. Princess Wildface and BioArt are locked in a close fight for 14th. Vinha 17 is climbing to 4th place. Samon is also moving up to 7th. Waintran 84 and Salmon are nose to nose for 7th. Kikrich is trying to squeeze past Ixnabudixel for 5th place. Princess Wildface and BioArt are nose to tail for the 14th spot. Salmon Samu and Krishka are nose to tail for 6th place. Amy is climbing up 1 spot to 15th. Ren Kaori has moved up to 8th place. Saprandigan is also climbing and now in 9th. Wayne Trinity 4 is right behind them. And it's a close fight for 9th place. Wayne Trinity 4 is holding on to that 9th place, but Saprandigan is right behind, looking for a way past. Cherofikitten and I are still neck and neck for 12th place, no room for error. Amy and BioArt are trading pink for 14th place. This is getting spicy. Ren Kaori is driving a Williams FW17 and currently holds 8th place. Their fastest lap is just over a second behind the leader, so they're hanging in there but not quite challenging for the top. The F1 1995 cars seem well matched to this circuit, with the top drivers staying close. The track favors the more agile cars like Williams and Jordan, but the slower Minardi and Ligier are hanging in there. Overall, the combo keeps the race competitive. Damun Salmon is climbing to 6th place. Taita 61 is making a move to 10th. BioArt is advancing to 13th. Maya just overtook Billiard and is now in the 13th place. Looks like the race for that spot is heating up. Terufakatan is driving a Ligia JS41 and is currently in the 13th place. They are just ahead of the last few racers and have the fastest lap among the Ligia drivers. Looks like they're pushing hard to improve their position. Terufakatan is driving a Ligia JS41 and currently in 12th place. Looks like they're hanging around the middle of the pack, but not quite making a move yet. Zanmon Samun is holding the fastest lap, but is in 7th place, so he's probably just saving tires for a late push. Akvaisis Minardi M195 is holding 2nd place with a decent lap time of 10.9. Looks like they're keeping it steady but not quite challenging for the lead. Whoa, look at that! Lisa Shibi took the win. Huge congratulations! Looks like all that AI horsepower paid off. Can't wait to see if they can keep the streak going. Great job! Here's a fun fact about the 1970 Porsche 914-6. This car was known for its lightweight design and mid-engine layout, which made it surprisingly agile for its time. It was powered by a 6-cylinder engine borrowed from the Porsche 911, giving it quite a punch considering its compact size. Plus, the 914-6 was something of a collector's dream because it combined sporty performance with a unique design that stands out on the road. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time before the countdown hits 0. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI-powered beauty takes the crown. Hurry up and make your pick before it's too late. Oh, this is a classic showdown right here. Iron Cross a wooden cross with that vintage Sunbeam Tiger has some serious charm and agility. But the Porsche 912 is a well-rounded performer with a bit of a reputation for smooth handling. On the circuit Gilles Villeneuve Retro, the Porsche's balanced design could give it a slight edge in tight corners and quick bursts of speed. But don't count out the Sunbeam Tiger. It might surprise us with its raw power and classic style. Honestly, I'd lean toward the Porsche for the win. But with these classic cars, it's anyone's race until the checkered flag. Let's see who's got the best AI driving skills today. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve retro track with vintage street cars. And look at this, Nox Exodus is starting on pole in a gorgeous 1965 Toyota 2000 GT. Let's see if that classic beauty can hold on to the lid. Nox Exodus is leading the race right now. Blaming Buddha is right behind in second place. Detoxins is holding on to third, but expect some early action to shake things up. Iron Crusher Wooden Cross is making a move, climbing to 9th place. Necrophantasm is also on the rise, now in 14th. Timbogini Tube is gaining ground now in 16th. Feskis and Betsma are nose to tail for 7th place. Naibe and Timbogini Tube are locked in a close fight for 16th. Meg's Boring Life just gained a spot, and is now 18. Detoxnance and Nox Exodus are neck and neck for first place. Iron Crusher Wooden Cross just gained a spot, and is now in 8th. Feskis and Iron Crusher Wooden Cross are battling it out for 8th place. Detoxins just snatched the lead, leaving the pack in the dust. Maya is climbing steadily to 11th place. Looks like Maya and Matrixco are locked in a close fight for 10th, no room for mistakes there. Maya just gained 1 spot to take 10th place. Stephen Brinkley moved up 1 spot to 14. They're neck and neck with Amy for 13th. Looks like a close fight brewing. James Misk is climbing up to 4th place. Agrides 34 and James Misk are neck and neck for that position. Amy is now in 12th place after gaining 1 spot. Amy is climbing to 11th place. Timbogini Tuba is making a move to 14. Beyond Fu Dark Souls is inching up to 16. Necrophantasm is climbing up to 12th place. Beyond Fu Dark Souls is catching up to Kreisgopher, closing the gap by a second. Timbogini Tuba advances to 13th place. Beyond Fu Dark Souls climbs to 15th place. Christgopher and Beyond Fu Dark Souls are nose to nose for 15. Necrophantasm is cruising in a 1959 Chevrolet Corvette C1. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any dramatic moves so far. Necrophantasm is closing in on Amy fast. Just a second behind now. Beyond Fu Dark Souls has climbed 1 spot to 14. Meg's Boring Life and Stephen Brinkley are locked in a fierce fight for 17th place. Feskis is closing in on Iron Crusher Wooden Cross, the gap shrinking by 1.3 seconds. Timbogini Tuba is climbing 1 spot to 12. Meg's Boring Life is also moving up 1 spot to 17. Meg's Boring Life and Kreisgopher are locked in a tight battle for 16. Betsma is right behind Dr. Felix now, just a car length away and closing fast. They're battling for 6th place. Timbogini Tuba is gaining on. Amy inching closer with every lap. James Misk and Blaming Buddha are locked in a fierce fight for third place. Iron Crossor Wooden Cross is chipping away at Betsmar's lead, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. And Maya is climbing up to 9th place, making her way through the pack. Blaming Buddha is dropping back to 9th place. Agrids 34 is climbing to 3rd. Dr. Felix is advancing to 5th. Blaming Buddha is really having a rough time dropping 10 places. Desky's just moved up 1 spot to 9. Amy is also climbing 1 spot to 10. Looks like the midfield is heating up. Blaming Buddha is slicing through the field, now in 14th place after overtaking 5 cars. Iron Crossor Wooden Cross is climbing steadily, moving up 1 spot to 5th. Matrix Go is climbing to 14th place. Meg's Boring Life is now in 15th place. Stephen Brinkley is advancing to 16th place. Agrids 34 is really eyeing Nox Exodus now. Nox better watch out. Necrophantasm just jumped 2 spots to 10. Nice move. Matrixco is chipping away at Beyond Two Dark Souls, closing the gap by over a second. Things are heating up. Deskies is driving a 1962 Triumph TR3B, a classic British roadster. Their fastest lap is just over 2 minutes 46 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not gaining much ground. Timbogini, Tuba advances to 11th place. Matrixco is narrowing the gap to Beyond Two Dark Souls by 1.46 seconds. James is gaining on Agreds 34, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Maya has climbed 1 spot to 7th place. Necrophantasm is chipping away at Feskies, narrowing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Well, look at Detoxins crossing the finish line first. Clearly, they've got the speed and the skills. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Detoxins really pulled off a masterclass out there. Congratulations to them for taking the victory. That was some impressive driving. And they definitely earned that win. Can't wait to see if they can keep up the momentum in the next race. Here's a fun fact for you about the 2007 Peugeot 207 GTI. It was known for its nimble handling and peppy little engine, making it a favorite among those who loved a spirited drive. It also had a distinctive exterior look with that sporty stance and signature grille, giving it a bit of a mischievous charm on the road. Basically, it's the kind of car that makes everyday driving feel a bit more like a mini adventure. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking down, and we don't want anyone to miss out on the best ride at the race. Get those selections in before it's too late. Well, this is quite the matchup. On one side, we have Josh Biosh in a 2007 Toyota Yaris, a car known more for its city efficiency than rallycross dominance. On the other, Senor Flipfloponu 2020 in a 2012 Alfa Romeo Mito QV, which might have some sporty flair but is still pretty compact. Given the car's specs and their rallycross potential, I'd probably lean toward the Alfa Romeo, just because it's a slightly newer, more aggressive machine, especially with the QV badge implying some extra performance. But hey, don't count out the Yaris if Josh Biosh manages to navigate those tricky corners with finesse. It's a wild card for sure, but my money's on the Alfa to take the win here. Alright everyone, we're kicking off at Los Arcos Rallycross with modern street cars. Nonstop Savage is starting on pole in a 2010 Fiat Punto Evo Sport. Looks like a little giant killer might be in the making. Senna Savage has taken an early lead, with Arayu Serial right behind in second place. Senor Flipflopona 2020 is holding on to third, but expect some shuffling soon. Arayu Serial is now in first place. Keishka's climbed to fourth. Bleach Mepsi is in fifth. The race is heating up. Josh Biosh and Bleach Mepsi are nose-to-nose for fifth place. Rajabath 302 and Josh Biosh are also fighting hard for sixth. James Misk is climbing up to eighth, leaving someone behind. Roger Bear 302 is climbing up to sixth place. Hellskank has gained 1 spot and is now in 12th. Indigo Pay and Hellskank are nose to tail, fighting for 12th. Roger Bear 302 is climbing to 5th place. Big Boy Bets is now 8th. Maya is creeping into 9th. Looks like the race is heating up. Bleach Mepsi is driving a 29 Renault Clio 3R. They're currently in 6th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Roger Bear 302 is now just a hair behind Kikri Jige. The gap keeps shrinking. Evenzero Guy has climbed 1 spot, now sitting in 10th. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Indigo Peta and Amy are still nose to tail for 12. The gap is shrinking but no overtake yet. Bleach Meps is driving a 2009 Renault Clio 3R. They're currently in 7th place, but their fastest lap is quite slow compared to others. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Josh Bosch is driving a 2007 Toyota Yaris. He's currently in 8th place, but his lap times suggest he's struggling to keep up with the pack. Josh Bosch is stuck behind Big Boy Bets in 8th place and struggling to find a way past. Senior Flip Flopon and 2020 is in 3rd and closing in on 2nd. So the battle is shaping up nicely. Indigo Pete is driving a 24 Mercedes-Benz C320. They are currently in the 13th place and seem to be struggling with a slow lap time of nearly 53 seconds. Ariu Serial is leading in a 22 Honda Integra Type R, known for its sharp handling and lightweight agility. Looks like they're holding a solid lead so far, probably enjoying the view from the front. Josh Bosch is in 8th, but still has a shot if he can find some pace. Senior Flip Flopona 2020 is in 4th and holding steady. But with only 1 lap left, it's a tight race. Josh is stuck behind Big Boy Bets and struggling to find a way past. Senior Flip Flop is holding a steady lead but could be vulnerable if Josh finds an opening. Looks like a close finish coming up. Senor Flip Flopon 12020 is driving a 2012 Alfa Romeo Mito QV, known for its sharp handling and Italian flair. Looks like they're holding a solid 4th place, staying competitive but not quite catching the leaders. Wow, Arayu Cereal just won the race. Looks like someone's been practicing their cereal eating skills on the track. Congratulations! Wow, Arayu Cereal really pulled off an epic win. Congratulations! They must be feeling like they just took the checkered flag in a futuristic race. Great job to them for dominating the track today. Here's a fun fact for you. In the 1950s, sports car racing was like the Wild West of motor racing. Cars like the Jaguar XK120 and the Mercedes-Benz 300SL were pushing the limits of speed and style. And they were often driven by some of the bravest, or maybe the craziest, drivers out there. Did you know that back then, racing cars barely had any safety features? It was all about raw adrenaline and showing off those sleek designs. So basically, these cars were the rock stars of their time, racing at breakneck speeds with barely any protection, which makes their daring stunts even more legendary. Oh wow! We've got a classic showdown here. On one side we have relaxed view with the sleek iconic Jaguar D-Type SS. It's known for its agility and racing pedigree in real life. On the other, being streams with the Maserati 450S, which boasts a bit more raw power and a stylish Italian flair. Given the race on Black Cat County Short, which is pretty twisty, I'd say the Jaguar's probably got the edge in handling. But if the Maserati can utilize its power effectively on the straights, it could catch up. My gut says the Jaguar might just edge out the Maserati because of its better maneuverability through the tight corners. But honestly, it's gonna be a close call. Let's see which classic beast takes the win. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Black Cat County Short Track. Aiden Irox is starting on pole, driving a classic 1956 Maserati 450. In the sports cars 1950 class. It's a vintage showdown, so buckle up! Ragnarox has taken the lead right out of the gate. Rosaurus is holding strong in second place, and Exception is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Kick-Ass Lady X3 is climbing fast into second place. Alan 656 is also making moves, now in fifth. Alan 656 and Exception are nose-to-nose fighting for fourth. Alan 656 is climbing up to fourth place. Relaxed View is also moving up to sixth. Relaxed View and Exception are nose-to-nose fighting for fifth. Alan 656 is now in third place, closing the gap. Rosaurus and Alan 656 are neck and neck for third. Bean Streams is climbing to seventh, making a move. Frankenbutts just sneaked into ninth place. Maya and Emma Pinkwolf are nose-to-nose for 10th. Exton Hits and Husky Hog are locked in a fierce fight for 12th. Maya is now in 10th place, climbing one spot. Axton Hits has also gained one position, now in 12th. The classic cars are pushing each other hard, but the track's tight corners probably favor the more agile models like Jaguars and Mercedes. The top spots seem to be a mix of speed and handling. Crazy Sweet Butt and Bean Streams are nose to tail for 7th place. Someone just gained a spot and is now in 16th. Looks like the race is heating up. The track's tight corners seem to favor the classic cars, keeping the top spots close. No clear advantage for the faster laps yet. Bean Streams and Relaxed View are neck and neck for 6th place. Axton Hits just gained 1 spot to 11th. Piney 3 and Husky Hog are trading paint for 13th. X Ragnaroks is leading in a 1956 Maserati 450S, which is known for its speed and agility. Looks like they're holding the top spot comfortably so far. Bean Streams is climbing to 5th place. Mar Pink Wolf is now in 11th. Husky Hog has moved into 12th. Axton Hits is climbing up to 13th place. Ashenariton is also moving up, now in 16th place. Looks like Ashenariton and someone are locked in a tight battle for 16. Crazy Sweet Butt is climbing fast into 7th place. Relaxed View and Crazy Sweet Butt are neck and neck for 7th. Someone just gained 1 spot to take 16. Bean Streams is closing in on Rosaurus, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Maya has climbed 2 spots to 8th place. Ashenariton is moving up 1 spot to 16th. Maya is now 7th and closing in on the top 6. Pani 3 has moved up to 13th. Husky Hog and Pani 3 are nose to tail for 12th place. Bean Streams and Rosaurus are nose to tail for 4th place. Pani 3 and Husky Hog are locked in a close fight for 12th. Bean Streams and Rosaurus are nose to nose for 4th place. Axton Hits climbs to 13th. Amy advances to 14th. Punny 3 just blitzed through the field to take the lead. X Ragnaroks is hanging close. Looks like a battle for the top spot is heating up. Bean Streams is driving a 1956 Maserati 450S. They're currently in 7th place, so they're holding a decent position, but still have room to improve. Excepcion is driving an Aston Martin DBR11, currently in 8th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. X Ragnaroks and Pani 3 are still neck and neck for 1st place. Bean Streams and Rosaurus are locked in a close fight for 5th. I just moved up 1 spot to take 7th, so watch out for me sneaking into the top 6 soon. Emmer Pink Wolf is climbing fast, now in 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is also on the move, passing 4 cars to settle in 11th. X Ragnaroks is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 spot to lead the race. Wow, X Ragnaroks, you really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on your win. Now go enjoy that shiny trophy. Wow, X Ragnaroks really pulled off an amazing victory. Congratulations to them. That was some impressive driving, no doubt about it. Looks like they've got what it takes to leave the competition in the dust. Way to go. If I had to pick one of these cars for a figure 8 circuit race, I would probably lean towards the 1998 BMW M5 E39. Its combination of power, handling, and balanced weight distribution should give it an edge navigating those tight curves and sharp turns. Plus, it's got the kind of acceleration that can really make a difference on a circuit like this. That said, the Honda Integra Type R also has a reputation for agility and precision, so it could give the big BMW a run for its money. Overall, I think the BMW E39 would come out on top, unless the AI decides to surprise us with a wild card. Alright everyone, last call to pick your favorite car before the race starts. Make your choices quick or you might end up cheering for the one that's last to cross the finish line. Oh wow, this is an interesting matchup. Kai Bumper is in a 1992 Nissan 240SX, a car known for its balance and rear-wheel drive fun. Meanwhile, I'm in a 1988 Peugeot 205 Rally, which is light, nimble, and probably has a bit of that rally car spirit. Honestly, the 240SX might have the edge in raw power and stability, but the Peugeot's agility on a figure 8 could give it some sneaky advantages. It really depends if K-Bumper can keep that power in check around those tight curves, or if I can weave through and capitalize on my car's cornering skills. Tough call, but I'd say the Peugeot might just surprise us and edge out a win with its nimbleness. Stay tuned. This is going to be fun to watch. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the tricky figure 8 track. Leading the pack at the start is JZL Gaming in a classic 1983 Volvo 242 Turbo. Let's see if that retro beauty can hold the lead or if the newer cars have other plans. Jade Zumming has shot off the line to take the lead. Kai Bumper is holding strong in second place. And right behind me, in third, it's Maya Do. Let's see if I can hold on to that spot, or if the AI has other plans. Lokjun 7 is climbing up to 9th place. Meg Sporting Life and Lokjun 7 are nose to nose for that spot. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross is making a move to 13th. Akvaithi just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Yaboy Rwanda and Meg's Boring Life are still nose-to-nose for 10th. Hikori Hamsam is climbing up to 18th. Hikori Hamsam and Aden Flash are fighting for 17th. Yaboy Rwanda is climbing up to 10th place. Meg's Boring Life and Yaboy Rwanda are nose-to-nose for 10th. Amy is advancing to 13th. Amy and Story Forge are neck and neck for 12th. Dr. Monkey 13 is on a roll, climbing 9 spots to 9th place. Josh Byosh is also making moves, climbing 10 spots to 11th. Lokjong 7 just nudged up 1 spot to 8th. Mr. Wolf J is climbing to 8th place. Yaboy Rwanda is now in 9th. Meg's Boring Life has moved into 10th. Yaboy Rwanda is driving a 1985 Lancia Deltas 4-Stradale, a rally legend known for its turbocharged power and all-wheel drive. They're currently in 11th place, making steady progress but still a ways behind the leaders. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is climbing to 13th place. U20 Plays is now 14. Wanabakido is in 15th. Looks like everyone's on the move today. Story Forge is storming through the field, now in 2nd place after overtaking 14 cars. Josh Byosh is closing the distance on Dr. Monkey 13, chopping down the gap by over 12 seconds. Aden Flash is gaining on Hikori Hamsam, narrowing it by just over 3 seconds. Kaboomper is now in 2nd place. Maya has climbed to 3rd. Tyler Drums 31 is in 4th. The race is heating up. Akvaithi and Tyler Drums 31 are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Amy just climbed 1 spot to 11th. Hikari Hamzam and U20 Plays are fighting hard for 15. Kabumper is closing in on JZIL Gaming fast, just 6.4 seconds behind now. Akvaithi has climbed 2 spots to secure 3rd place. Yaboy Rwanda is also on the move, gaining 1 spot to take 9th. Kabumper is really having a rough time, dropping to 9th place. Akvaithi is climbing steadily to take the lead at first. Maya is also making a move up to 2nd place, right behind Akvaithi. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 10. Kaboomper is having a rough patch, dropping 7 places to 16. Naiba is making progress, moving up 1 spot to 4. Aden Flash is climbing up to 14th place. Someone is also moving up to 16th place. Dr. Monkey 13th and Josh Byosh are nose-to-nose for 20th place. Maya is closing in on Akvaithi, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Lokjun 7 has gained 1 position, now in 4th. Buchicero also moving up 1 spot, now 5th. U20 Plays is closing in on Hikari Hamsam fast, just 9.40 seconds behind now. Ya boy Rwanda has climbed one spot to 5th place. Buchitsero and Ya boy Rwanda are nose to nose, fighting hard for 5th place. Congratulations to Agvethi for winning the race. Looks like they really took the lead and left everyone in the dust. Well deserved. Wow, Agvethi really took the checkered flag. Great job. That was a solid performance. As for the prizes, Maya, congratulations on winning the bet race. You're now the proud owner of a classic 1988 Peugeot 205 Rally. That's a sweet ride for sure. And Amy, you knocked out the most overtakes, so you get to claim the sleek 1985 Toyota Corolla 11. Well done, team. Alright everyone, you better hurry up if you want to choose your favorite car. The clock's ticking and soon these AI racers are gonna be on their own without your input. Don't miss out on the chance to see your chosen machine tear up the track. Time's almost up, so get those last picks in. Wow, this is quite the matchup. Spikles with that vintage charm of a 29 concept, Cuneo 4RC, versus Amy sleek and modern 2019 Radical SR3. It's like putting a classic tennis shoe against a fancy new sneaker. The Radical SR3 is likely to have better aerodynamics and a more powerful engine, so I'd put my chips on Amy for this race. But hey, Spikeballs might surprise us with some old school tricks. Who do you think is going to surprise us? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Circuit Lebanon, and leading the pack is the ultralights class, School Bus Rus TV, in a vintage 2006 Lada Revolution RS2. Looks like a solid start for a classic underdog. Maya is leading the race right from the start. School Bus Rus TV is right behind in second place. Team Tinatea is holding on to third, but they're already feeling the heat. Necrophantasm and Spikeballs are nose to nose for 6th place. Big Boy Bets is climbing up to 10. The Fuds 84 is inching into 14. Imogen Tempus is driving a 2015 Renault Clio 4Rs Cup Top. Looks like she's fighting to move up from the 16th spot, but no major overtakes yet. Spikeballs is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Amy and Spikeballs are nose to nose fighting for 5th place. Team Chinatea is now in 2nd place. Amy and Spikeballs are battling hard for 5th. The Futs 84 is climbing to 13th. Spikeballs is trying to hold off Amy for 5th place. Salmon Zamun and the Futs 84 are nose to tail for 12th. Shattered Pixel just overtook Salmon Zamun, and now they are nose to nose for the 13th place. The Futs 84 is in 13th place, driving a Renault Clio 4RS Cup from 2015. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack and not making much progress so far. Amy is driving a Radical SR3, currently in 6th place. Looks like she's holding her own, but not quite at the front yet. The awards car is a 2008 Audi TT, a solid choice for stability. They're currently in the 10th position, so they're holding their own but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Shattered Pixel's Geely Binroy is currently in 14th place, just behind Salmon Salmon. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Ultralights seem to dominate with faster, more agile cars, while the TCE class is trailing behind with less competitive setups. The circuit's tight turns probably favor the Ultralights' nimbleness. Team Chinatea is in 2nd place with a Radical SR5. They've been consistently quick, just a little behind me. Looks like they're keeping the pressure on. Big Boy Bets is driving a Renault Clio 4RS Cup from 2015. They're currently in 11th place, and seem to be holding steady, but with lap times around 1:44.7. They're not exactly setting the track on fire. Shattered Pixel is climbing up to 12th place. Imogen Tempus is now 13th place. Danlun Zamun and Gliding Penguin are nose to nose for 14th place. Naibe is holding the fastest lap, but is still in 7th. Looks like he's trying to make a late push. Ultralights are dominating with better lap times and positions, probably thanks to their agility and lighter weight. Key cars are struggling to keep up, likely due to less power and handling. The track favors nimbleness over raw speed. Wow, Maya, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like the race was just a warm-up for your talent. Congratulations on the win. Wow. Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. That was some impressive driving, even if it was all AI. Now, big shout out to Naiba for snagging the fastest lap. Claim that 2005 Radical SR3. It's a beauty. And Amy, congratulations on winning the bet race. You get the 2019 Radical SR3. Definitely a sweet reward. Great racing, everyone. This is getting more exciting with each lap. Here's a fun fact for you. The Highlands Motorsport Park G track is known for its stunning scenery and challenging layout. It has a section called the Rocky Ridge, which makes you feel like you're racing through a mountain pass. Plus, the track is designed to test every skill from high-speed corners to technical chicanes, so it's basically a playground for car enthusiasts. Not to mention the fact that being surrounded by New Zealand's breathtaking landscapes makes every race feel like a scenic drive, with a bit of adrenaline involved. Alright folks, the clock's ticking down. If you haven't picked your dream race car yet, now's the time to jump in before the buzzer rings. Don't let your favorite slip away while you're dithering. Oh wow, we've got a classic showdown here. The 8th Empress is rolling in a 1959 Chevrolet Corvette C1, which is an absolute beast from the golden age of American muscle. Meanwhile, Catgirl TM ends in a 1962 Morgan Plus 4, a charming British classic known more for style than raw speed. If it's pure racing power and speed we're talking about, the Corvette has the edge by a mile. It's built for straight-line dominance and quick acceleration. The Morgan, while beautiful and probably a lot of fun to drive, might struggle to keep up on a technical track like Highlands. So, I'd say the Corvette is the favorite here, but let's see if the Morgan's vintage charm and handling can surprise us. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, Pundin is kicking things off from pole in that gorgeous 1959 Maserati 3500 GT. Looks like we've got some real vintage charm leading the pack, so let's see if speed matches style today. Pundin has shot off the line and taken the lead. Skeksis Prey is right behind in second place. Amy is holding strong in third, but expect some fireworks soon. Cobercle just overtook someone to take third place. Looks like the race for third is heating up between Amy and Cobercle. The Empress and Catgirl TM are neck and neck for fifth. This is getting interesting. Amy just overtook someone to move into third place. Catgirl TM and Cobercle are nose to nose for fourth. Violetta Mama is climbing up to 10th. Violetta Mama just overtook someone to climb into 8th place. Triad and Violetta Mama are nose to nose for 8th. Ovidus is inching closer to Kalmetwi, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 10th. Catgirl TM is climbing up to 4th place. Skozarovs and Cherogamaza are nose to nose for 13. Linilak and Unknown Tactics are locked in a fierce fight for 18. Kaboom Paris is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 17. Catgirl TM is climbing up to 3rd place. The Empress is also advancing, now in 5th. DF Empress is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Violetta Mama has moved into 6th place, also up 1 spot. Kalmetwi is now in 10th place, making a 1 position jump. Ovidus is climbing up to 11th place. K-Bumper is making a move to 16th place. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross is making a bold move, climbing from the back to 1st place. Cherogamaza is also on the rise, grabbing 3rd after overtaking 11 cars. Pondon and Iron Crosser Wooden Cross are now nose to nose for the lead. Pondon takes the lead, climbing 1 spot to sit in 1st place. Skakes' Biopre jumps 2 spots to claim 2nd. Catgirl TM also moves up 2 spots to secure 3rd. Kalmetwi is on the rise, now in 9th place. Skozarovs is closing in, climbing to 11th. Kabumper is making a move, now in 14th. The race is heating up. Ovidus is driving a 1967 Sunbeam Tiger, a classic muscle car known for its sporty performance. Their race looks steady, currently in the 13th spot, but with room to climb up. Violetta Mama is driving a 1935 Bugatti Type 57 Aerolite and is currently in 6th place. Looks like she's holding steady but not making much progress up front. Catgirl TM is gaining on Skeksis Belpre, closing the distance by over a 1.5 seconds. Skozarovids has climbed 1 spot into the top 10. Owen Storm is chipping away at Ovidus, narrowing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Maya is currently in 8th place with a 1938 Talbot Lago T23 Teardrop Die. The car looks vintage but not the fastest on the grid. The race seems steady. No major moves yet. Catgirl TM is closing in on Skeksis Biopre, cutting the gap by over a second. Kalmetwi just climbed into 8th place. Skozarovs is now 9th, making moves up the grid. Instinct is climbing to 9th place. Kaboomper is gaining on Alwyn Storm, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Kalmetwi just overtook someone to take 7th place. Skozarovs is now in 9th after climbing 1 spot. Ovidus is closing in on Your Instinct, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Violetta Mama is gaining on the Empress fast, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Skozarovs has just moved up 1 spot and is now in 8th place. The S Empress is holding a slight edge over Catgirl TM, but the gap is tight. T Empress might need to push a bit more to stay ahead. Calmetwiest overtook someone to climb to 6th place. Awin Storm is also making moves up to 12th. Triad and Awin Storm are nose-to-nose for 12th place. Looks like a close one. Skeksis Beaupré is gaining ground on Pondon, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Skozer Ops and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. Calmetwi is closing in on Violetta Mama, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Skozer Ops is climbing up 1 spot to 7th place. Catgirl TM is climbing up to 2nd place. Skeksis Beaupré and Catgirl TM are neck and neck for 2nd. The F Empress is trimming the gap on Skeksis Beaupré by over 1.5 seconds. Well, look at that. Pondon just took the win. Guess they really know how to cross the finish line first. Congrats! Wow, Pondon really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations to them for that amazing performance. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 2017 Eureka 07 Acura might have the edge. It's a pretty advanced machine with a solid balance of speed and stability. Plus, Acura's racing pedigree suggests it could handle Ana Pergosa's mix of corners and straights pretty well. But honestly, with AI behind the wheel, it could be anyone's race. It's all about who's got the best setup and luck on the day. Alright everyone, last chance to pick your favorite car. The clock is ticking down fast, so make your choice before it's too late. Don't miss out on the fun. Alright, so we've got its Bumblebee in a Cadillac DPIV R and Waffling Otters in an Oreca 07. Acura, racing on Ana Pergosa. Both are solid choices but in very different ways. The Cadillac is known for its power and stability, kind of like the big friendly giant of the race. Meanwhile, The Oreca 07 Acura is more lightweight and nimble. Perfect for those tricky corners where agility rules. If the track favors raw speed and straight-line dominance, I'd probably lean towards its Bumblebee. But if the twists and turns are where the race is won, Waffling Godders might just have the edge. Honestly, I'd say it's a close call, but I'd give a slight edge to the Oreca for its adaptability on a circuit like Pergusa. Still, it's AE. So expect some surprises. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Enna Pergusa, and leading the pack is the Platinum Era class, with a 2017 Cadillac DPR. He's starting on pole, and I bet he's feeling pretty confident already. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead. The race kicks off with the Betty White Show leading the pack, followed closely by Platinumra in second, and Naive holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Maya is now in third place, climbing up one spot. Waffling Godders has also moved up one spot into fourth. The Uncle Joe Show and Emmer Pinkwolf are nose to tail for 8th place. Autumn Thunderbird and Fragout are also locked in a close fight for 11. Platinum Mera just overtook for the lead. The battle for first is heating up. Amy and its Bumblebee are neck and neck for 6th place. Waffling Godders is climbing to 3rd place. The battle for second between Waffling Godders and the Betty White Show is heating up. Titus 61 is making a move to 14th place. Waffling Godders and the Betty White Show are neck and neck for 2nd place. Plebis 3 is climbing fast, now in 11th. Ragu and Plebis 3 are battling hard for 11th. Maya and Waffling Godders are nose to tail for 3rd place. Amy is inching closer to the top 6. Mara Pinkwolf is also climbing, now in 7th. Its Bumblebee is dropping like a stone to 15th place. Theoncle Yosho is climbing steadily to 7th. Nimar Pinkwolf and Theoncle Yosho are nose to tail for 7th. Maya is closing in on the 2 leaders. Waffling Godders is holding firm in 3rd, but not for long. Fragout just overtook one driver to climb into the top 10. Plebis 3 and Fragout are nose to nose for the 10th spot. The Betty White Show is closing in on Platinumra, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Maya has moved up one spot to take 3rd place. The race for 2nd place between Maya and the Betty White Show is getting pretty close. Maya just overtook someone to move into 2nd place. Looks like she's on the charge. Amy is also climbing, now in 5th. Not bad at all. Ozzy 2002 is closing in on our Pinkwolf, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Those two are locked in a tight battle for 8th place. Maya is holding steady in 3rd place. Aussie 12,002 is creeping up to 7th. Ragu is right behind their Pink Wolf, closing the gap, but still a bit of a distance. The Betty White Show is driving a 2014 Enroque Ligier JSP2 Nissan . They're holding 2nd place but are a bit behind Platinumera. Looks like they're keeping it steady so far. Aussie Away 2002 is racing a 2015 Toyota GT86 GT3. Their race looks tough with the slowest lap time so far, sitting in 8th place. Naiba and Wafflingotters are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Ragu just gained 1 position. Now 9th. Nutter Pinkwolf and Fragout are nose to nose for 9th place. Well, look at that. Platinumera just took the top spot. Guess they really know how to leave the rest in the dust. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Platinumera for taking the checkered flag. That was an impressive race. And Maya, great hustle with the most overtakes today. You've earned yourself that sleek 2017 Mazda RT24P. Time to add a sporty new ride to the collection. Sure thing. Did you know that the Grand Valley Speedway short track is famous for its crazy sharp turns and super tight corners? It's like trying to do ballet on a roller coaster. The drivers really have to have some serious skills to keep their cars on the road there. It's the kind of track where one little mistake can turn a race upside down faster than you can say, "Spin out." Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. The clock is ticking and we don't want anyone to miss out on the thrill of these AI racers. Hurry up and make your choice before the countdown ends. Oh wow, what a matchup! Yesnin 196 with the classic Lotus 40 versus Rondon 69's vintage Lola 70. Both are stunning cars from the era. But the Lotus 40 is known for its agility and lightweight feel. The Lola 70, on the other hand, has that raw power and stability, especially with the Chevrolet engine under the hood. Honestly, I'd say it comes down to the track and who handles the turns better. The short version of Grand Valley Speedway favors nimbleness, so I'm leaning toward Yes 996. But then again, the Lola's power might give it an edge on the straights. Tough call. But I think Yes 996 might just edge out a win here. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Grand Valley Speedway short track. Leading the pack right now is the Ovidus prototype from 1960, zipping along in a classic 1966 Ford GT40 MQ. Let's see if it can hold on to that pole position. Ovidus has shot off into the lead, holding a clear advantage. Miname Style 21 is right behind in second place, trying to keep the pressure on. Era Special is in third, not far off but already a bit behind the front runners. Yasmin Hundi 6 is holding off Era Special for third place. Rondon 69 and 2 Ps in the podcast are still neck and neck for fifth. Lee Young just gained 1 spot and is now in 13th. Yasmin 96 is now in third place, climbing up 1 spot. Rondon 69 has also gained 1 position, moving into 5th. Rondon 69 and Era Special are nose-to-nose fighting for 4th place. Yasmin 106 just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Era Special is closing in on the top 3. TPKA is making a move up to 5th. The race is heating up. Yasmin 196 is really closing the gap on Ovidus, just 1.2 seconds behind now. They are in a fierce battle for the lead. 2 Ps into podcast is climbing up to 7th place, making a nice move forward. Yasmin 196 just took the lead, now in 1st place. Aspecial is closing the gap on Ovidus, but still a bit behind. 2 Ps and Rondon 69 are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is climbing to 13th place. Runner Rampage is now in 16th place. Both making some moves today. Alexei Ekshiekin is driving a 1970 AMC Javelin, a muscle car known for its aggressive looks and decent straight-line speed. They're currently in the 18th place, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up with the pack. Rona Rampage is climbing up to 15th place. Rico Haruji and Princess Wildface are nose-to-nose for 19th. Amy is closing in on the top 5 now. Maya is holding steady in 8th place. Memuyidar is sneaking into the top 10, climbing to 9th. That battle for 5 between Amy and TPPPA looks like a fun one to watch. Rondon 69 is climbing up to 6th place. LXALXXNT is sneaking into 17th. Looks like some steady progress. Reiko Haruji is racing a 1966 Shelby Cobra 427. See, they're currently in the 19th place, just behind Princess Wildface. Looks like they're battling to move up, but still have some ground to cover. Two Ps into Podcast is driving a Lola T70 Mark I from 1965. They're currently in 8th place and have a slowest lap of over a minute 17, indicating a tough race, or maybe just a cautious approach. Special is now in second place, climbing 1 spot. TPPA has moved into 4th place, also up 1 spot. Random 69 is now in 5th position, climbing 1 spot as well. Wow, Yasmin 196? You really took the checkered flag. Nice job. Wow! Yasmin 196 really pulled off the Triple Crown, huh? Winning the race, grabbing the fastest lap, and overtaking the most cars. Talk about a masterclass in racing. Huge congratulations to them. It's like they had a cheat code or something. Can't wait to see if they can keep this momentum going in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the circuit Hawaii, I'd probably go with the 1970 Porsche 914-6. It has a good balance of power and handling, and its mid-engine layout gives it an edge on twisty circuits. Plus, it looks quite sleek. The older cars like the Alfa Romeo Giulietta Sprint or the Lada might be charming, but I think the Porsche has the best shot at handling the curves and straights of that particular layout. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite virtual beast hit the track. Hurry up and make your choice before the race begins. Wow, talk about a battle of the classics. The 1979 Lada 2105 is definitely a no-nonsense choice, built for durability but not exactly breaking speed records. On the other hand, the 1963 Lancia Fulvia is a European beauty known for its handling and sporty pedigree, so it might have the edge on those twisty sections of Circuit Hawaii. But let's be real, these are AI drivers, so expect some surprises. I'd put my chips on the Lancia Fulvia sneaking ahead, thanks to its agility. Still, the Lada might surprise us with some stubborn endurance. Who do you think is taking the checkered flag? Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Circuit Hawaii and look at that. Thomas Morin is starting on pole in a classic 1964 Porsche 356C. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the modern rivals. Thomas Moran has shot off the line to take the lead. Someone is holding strong in second place and Team Tinatia is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle forming already. Someone just took the lead and moved up one spot to claim first place. Akvati has gained 2 positions and is now in 3rd. Akvati and Thomas Moran are nose-to-nose fighting for 2nd place. Team Tinatea just climbed 2 spots to 2nd place. I Rafael also gained 2 spots and is now 4th. I Rafael and Thomas Moran are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Looks like a battle is brewing. Rafael is climbing up to 3rd place. Akvati has moved into 4th. And Maya is now in 6th, making a little progress. Thomas Moran and Akvati are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Kulukachu just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Timborghini Tube and Cthulhukachu are fighting hard for 9th place. Kulukachu is closing in on Amy and the gap is shrinking fast. They're battling hard for 8th place. Haimaizic just gained a spot and is now 11th. Exception and I are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Kulukachu just nudged into 8th. Jaimes is climbing to 10th. Looks like the race is heating up. Exception is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Circa Mingate has moved up to 12th place, also gaining 1 spot. Exception is climbing to 5th place. Jaimes is inching up to 9th. Jaimes and Cthulhukachu are locked in a close fight for 8th. Maya is now in 6th place. Cthulhukachu has also moved up 1 spot, now in 7th. Thomas Moran and Cthulhukachu are nose to tail for 7th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Jaimes is climbing up to 8th place. Circa Mingate is now in 11th. Looks like some steady progress. Maya is currently in 8th place, driving a 1966 MG BG V8. Looks like she's holding her own among some strong competitors. The race seems tight with a lot of cars bunched up. Unknown Tactics is racing a 1964 Alfa Romeo Giulia T I Super. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any dramatic moves so far. Excepcion is climbing up to 4th place. Akvaithi and Excepcion are nose-to-nose for that spot. Architect is chipping away at Unknown Tactics' lead, closing in by over a second. Team Tinatea is leading in a 1974 Abarth 124 Group 420. They've been consistent and quick, holding the 2nd spot with the fastest lap of 158.927. Looks like they're in a strong position to stay at the front. Maya is now in 5th place, climbing up 1 spot. Jaimes has moved into 7th place, also up 1 spot. Sir Gaminga is in 9th place, gaining 1 position as well. Team Tinatea is leading in a 1974 Abarth 124 Group 4 Torti. They've been quick with a best lap of 1:58.927 and currently hold the second spot. So it looks like they're on a solid run. Rafael is driving a 1966 MGN B GT V8 80. They're currently in third place and have the third fastest lap time, so their race looks steady, but not quite enough to challenge the leaders. Amy is a bit behind Akvethi, but she's closing in. Looks like a tight finish is on the cards. Unknown Tactics is racing a 1964 Alfa Romeo Giulia TIA Super Torquay. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just ahead of the last few cars. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Cthulhu Kachu is driving a 1970 Lada 2101. They're currently in 8th place and their fastest lap is just over 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady, but not making much progress. Jaimez is now in 6th place. Timborghini Tube is cutting down the gap to Amy by 1.6 seconds. Maya is driving a 1966 MG BG EET Q8, currently in 7th place. Her fastest lap is 1.5421, so she's holding her own but not quite challenging the top. Looks like a steady race so far. Jaimez is gaining ground on Maya again, closing the gap by another 1.3 seconds. Giulio just moved up 1 spot to 7th. Unknown Tactics is closing in on Timborghini Tube, cutting the distance by 1.1 seconds. Those two are locked in a tight fight for 12th place. Wow, what a surprise! Congratulations on winning the race. You must be thrilled to beat everyone else. Wow, what a stunning victory! Congrats to the winner! That was a super impressive drive. Looks like all those hours of virtual practice paid off. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because Eastern Creek Brabham has plenty of tight corners and technical sections. You want a car that can slice through corners smoothly and stay composed at high speeds. Acceleration is important too because the straights aren't too long. So a quick getaway is essential for gaining position. Braking capability is a close third since sharp. Braking zones demand confidence and precision. Basically, a well-balanced car that can maneuver with finesse will give the best performance here. Wow, This is quite the classic showdown. The Maserati 300 is a beautiful machine with a lot of racing history, but its age might slow it down a tad compared to the Jaguar D-Type, which is renowned for its agility and aerodynamic design. The Jaguar was built for racing dominance back in the day, so I'd say in body notes has a slight edge, especially on a technical track like Eastern Creek. But hey, anything could happen in these AI races, so this might turn into a surprise finish. Who are you rooting for? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Eastern Creek Brabham track. Bolognese is starting on pole, driving a sleek 1955 Maserati 300S. Let's see if that classic charm can hold off the competition. Bolognese has taken an early lead, with Amy right behind in second place. T-Bomb is holding on to third, but expect some action soon. T-Bomb just overtook for second place. Ixajax is closing in on third. Relax Few and Amy are neck and neck for fourth. Let's Go is on a roll, climbing to 12th place. N Body Notes is right behind, now in 14th. S7 Games is catching up, moving into 16th. Looks like a busy chase. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross is now in 12th place, climbing one spot. Ren Kaori has moved up to 14th place, also gaining one spot. S7 Games and N Body Notes are nose to nose for 15th place. Looks like a close fight. Let's Go is now in 12th place. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross and Let's Go are still battling for that spot. S7 Games has moved up to 15th place. Cobracle and Silent Fox 213 are nose to tail for 9th place. Ren Kaori is closing in on Iron Crosser Wooden Cross, cutting the gap by over a second. Ren Kaori and Iron Crosser Wooden Cross are now in a fierce scrap for 13th. Maya just overtook someone to take 4th place. Relaxed Few and Maya are still neck and neck for that position. Violetta Mama is climbing up to 6th place. Ixajax just overtook for 2nd place. Relaxed Few is right behind in 4th. Maya and Relaxed Few are nose to tail for that 4th spot. Relaxed Few just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Maya and T-Bone are nose to nose for 4th. The Gold Nerd and K Boomper are locked in a close fight for 19th. Maya is now in 4th place, climbing one spot. Amy is in 5th, climbing one spot. Cobracle is in 7th, also moving up one spot. Hey there, Nolga77. Welcome back to the madness. Glad to see you've returned just in time for some high-speed chaos on the track. Ready to see these AI cars try to outsmart each other? Cobracle is climbing up to 6th place. Henfatich is making a move to 10th place. Renkauri and Nenbody Notes are locked in a close fight for 14th place. Ren Kaori just moved up one spot to 14th place. Body Notes and Ren Kaori are still neck and neck for that same spot. Kai Bumper is closing in on SS Davin Games, shaving off a 2nd and a 10th. Body Notes is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 12. Henfatek just nudged into the top 10. Exhaust 21 is inching up to 19. Maya and Relax You are neck and neck for 3rd place. Violeta Mama is climbing up to 7th. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross is making a move to 12th. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Dombush 86 has gained 2 spots and is in 8th place. Body Notes moved up 1 spot to 12th. Maya is currently in the lead, pulling ahead with a clear gap. Amy and Relaxed You are still neck and neck for 4th place. No one giving an inch. Exhaust 21 and Beef Sliders are locked in a fierce fight for the 19th spot. Looks like they're not ready to give up. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Amy just overtook someone to move into 4th. Body Notes and Ren Kaori are both climbing up 1 spot each, now in 11th and 14th. The race is heating up behind the leaders. Exhaust 21 is driving a 1957 Ferrari 250 Testarossa. They're currently in the 18th place and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times, sitting behind several cars. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is gaining on Silent Fox 213, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. The Goldnut has moved up 1 spot to take 18th place. Maya just overtook Ixagax to take 2nd place. Kaiosify is now within 1 second of Exhaust 21, so expect some fireworks soon. Maya is holding steady in the lead. Cobracle is making a move up to 4th. Violeta Mama is closing in on Relaxed View, but still a bit of a gap to close. Zombush 86 is climbing up to 7th place. Violeta Mama and Zombush 86 are nose to nose for 7th. Henfatic and T-Boom are locked in a close fight for 9th. Well, look at that. Hot Bolognese took the win at Eastern Creek Brabham. Guess all those pasta jokes paid off. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, Hot Bolognese really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the victory. You drove like a true champion. And for those who are feeling lucky, remember that Maya managed to snag the fastest lap, which means they get to claim that stunning 1956 Jaguar D-Type. That's quite the price for a speedy run. Alright folks, here's a fun fact about the 1959 Aston Martin DBR4 250. This beauty was actually designed to take on the fierce competition from the dominant Ferrari race cars of its time. But here's the kicker. It only ever raced once. Yep, only one race at the Tourist Trophy, and it finished in a respectable second place. Talk about a car that showed up to make a statement but didn't get much time to showcase its full potential. Guess even in racing, sometimes a brief appearance is all you get. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. You better get those choices in before the countdown ends, or you might be stuck with the car nobody wanted. Hurry up and make those selections. Oh wow! This is quite the vintage showdown. We've got Grampy Jerf in a 1955 Bugatti Type 251, which is definitely a classic and all about elegance and speed in its day. On the other side, I have to say, the 1958 Vanwall VW5 sounds like a real rocket for its era. Given the car choices, the Vanwall probably has a bit of an edge with more modern design elements, and likely better aerodynamics, for the race on Charade's twisty 4-kilometer track. But who knows? Maybe Grampy Jerf will surprise us with some old-school charm and racing spirit. Overall, if I had to put my money on who might cross the finish line first, I'd say the Vanwall has the upper hand. But hey, with vintage cars, anything can happen. Alright everyone, the race begins at Charade's 4-kilometer track, and topping the grid is Hot Bolognese in a classic 1957 Maserati 250 2.2. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the competition. Hot Bolognese has taken the lead right out of the gate. Ottoliatorius is holding strong in second place. Senyahima is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Prodigy Place 58 is now in third place. Knalga 77 has moved up to fifth place. Grampy Jerf and Nalga 77 are battling it out for fifth place. Prodigy Place 58 is climbing to second place. Knalga 77 and Zenyahima are locked in a close fight for fourth. Amy is making her way up to 10th. Zenyahima and Ottoliatorius are nose to tail for third place. Grampy Jerf is sneaking up to fifth, and now he's battling Zenyahima for fourth. Things are getting spicy in the mid-pack. Grampy Jerf nudges into fourth place. Zenyahima and Grampy Jerf are nose to nose for that spot, wrestling 567 climbs to seventh place. Wrestling 567 is closing in on Nalga 77. The gap is shrinking fast. Amy has climbed one spot to 8th place. Joan Wolf is also moving up one spot to 12th. Prodigy place 58 is gaining on Hot Bolognese, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Knaiga 77 just moved up one spot to 5th. Wrestling 567 is narrowing the distance to Zinya Hima by a little over a second. Zinya Hima is climbing one spot to 5th place. Knaiga 77 and Zinya Hima are nose to tail for 5th. Amy is also gaining one spot, now in 7th. Prodigy place 58 is closing in on Hot Bolognese quickly. Grand Pijurf has climbed to 3rd place. Knaiga 77 is making a move, now in 4th. Prodigy place 58 is now in 1st place. Grand Pijurf is closing the gap on Hot Bolognese, but not quite there yet. Joan Wolf has moved into 10th place. Wrestling 567 is now in 7th place, inching closer to the top. Amy and Wrestling 567 are still neck and neck for 7th. Maya is closing in on Amy and has cut the gap by over a second. Grampy Europe is advancing to 2nd place. Amy is climbing to 7th place. Stankit and DJ Lone Wolf are nose to nose for 10th place. Wrestling 567 and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. Plebis 3 just gained a spot and is now in 12th. X-Basic Switch and Plebis 3 are nose to nose for 12th position. Zinya Hima just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Autoliatorius and Zinya Hima are still neck and neck for that spot. I am closing in on Wrestling 567, now only 1.2 seconds behind. Joan Wolf is tearing through the field to take the lead. Bobardo is making steady progress up to 13. Maya is dropping back to 17, looks like a rough patch. Maya is charging through the field, now in 11th place after overtaking 6 cars. Prodigy place 58 is holding strong at the front, moving up one spot to take the lead. Grampidura is also climbing now in 2nd place after gaining 1 position. X-Basic Switch is climbing to 10th place. Plebis 3 is now 11th. Bobardo has moved into 12th. Looks like a little upward shuffle happening. Grampy Earth and Prodigy place 58 are nose to nose at the front. Wrestling 567 just snuck into 6th place. Stank. It is climbing up to 8th, leaving a trail of dust behind. Grampy Sheriff just took the lead, claiming 1st place. Autoliatorius and Stankit are nose to tail for 7th. Looks like a close fight there. X-Basic Switch is driving a 1958 Cooper T43. They're currently in the last place and seem to be struggling with their lap times. definitely not making any progress today. Wrestling 567 is now just behind Zenyehima, closing the gap by a second. 1. Bobardo has climbed one spot to 11. Spear Like Hail is gaining on Plebis 3, also closing in by a second. 1. Wolf is closing in on I Have Eczema fast, just 13.6 seconds behind now. Knalga 77 has climbed one spot to third place. Xbasic Switch is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by 1.9 seconds. Wow, Grampy Jerk, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on your victory. Wow! Grampy Jerk really pulled off a surprise victory there. Congrats on winning the race. Looks like they've still got some tricks up their sleeve. Sure, a fun fact about the retro slow cars racing class is that despite their name, they might not be the fastest on the track, but they sure know how to make a race interesting with their quirky designs and unpredictable moves. It's like watching a bunch of vintage clowns trying to outpace a cheetah. Entertaining, but not exactly the winning formula. Alright everyone, you better make your picks quick because the clock is ticking, and we don't want any last-minute chaos. Get those choices in before it's too late. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. On one side, we have Ogswolfie with the 1993 Renault Clio Williams, known for its nimbleness and agility. On the other hand, Amy is behind a 1989 Ferrari 348, which is all about style and raw power. Given the track is Wakefield Park, which favors quick handling and sharp turns, I'd say Ogswolfie's little Renault might have the edge in maneuverability. But Amy's Ferrari 348 could surprise us with its acceleration and speed in a straight line. If I had to make a wild guess, I might lean towards Ogswolfie squeaking out a win because of the car's handling. But don't count Amy out just yet. It's going to be close, and I'm ready for some drama. Alright folks, the race is underway at Wakefield Park. And Bees McGee is starting in the first position with that classic 1995 Honda Integra Type R. Let's see if the legend can hold on to that lead in this retro slow car class. Jerk Plays has shot off the line into the lead. Bees McGee is holding strong in second, and Ox Wolfie is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. U20 Plays is climbing nicely into 5th place. Knauda 77 and Bill the Old Guy are still neck and neck for 9. Maya is making a move into 10th place. Maya is climbing up to 10th place. Velocitor 14 has also moved up to 11. Knauda 77 and Velocitor 14 are nose to nose for 11. U20 Plays is driving a Fiat Coupe Turbo and is currently in 5th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Amy is leading in a classic Ferrari 348, showing some serious style. Looks like she's holding her ground well, staying in the top 4. Jerk Plays is leading in a Dodge Stealth RT Turbo from 1996. It's holding the top spot comfortably, and their fastest lap is perfect. Looks like they're cruising so far. Amy is leading the race in a classic Ferrari 348. Looks like she's holding her position well, no signs of slowing down. Jerk Plays is leading in a Dodge Stealth RT Turbo from 1996. Looks like they've got a comfortable gap and are setting the pace. The car is known for its turbocharged power, so expect some serious speed. Oaks Wolfie is holding on to 3rd but is under pressure from Amy right behind. It's a tight battle for that podium spot. Maya is climbing up to 9th place. Amy just snuck into 2nd. The race is heating up. U20 Plays is driving a Fiat Coupe Turbo. They're currently in 5th place and their fastest lap is just over a second slower than the leader. Looks like they're holding their own but might need a bit more push to catch up. Jerk Plays is dominating with the fastest lap and a solid lead. Looks like he's got this race under control. Raphael is driving a 1978 Dome Zero, a classic sports car. They're currently in 6th place, just behind the 2 Dome Zero drivers. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Ogs Wolfie is driving a Renault Clio Williams, known for its sharp handling and lightweight design. They're currently in 4th place, holding steady but not quite catching the leaders yet. Bees McGee is driving a 1995 Honda Integra Type R and is currently in 3rd place. Looks like they're holding steady with a fastest lap of 1 minute 15 seconds and 611 milliseconds. Not bad, but they might want to pick up the pace if they want to catch the leaders. The retro streetcars class is keeping the race tight with close lap times. The track Wakefield Park favors nimble cars, so drivers with better handling are staying competitive. The slower cars are hanging in there, but the faster lap times are mostly from the top contenders. Oxwolfie is driving a Renault Clio Williams, known for its lightweight and nimbleness. They're holding a solid 4th place but seem to be slightly slower than the top 3. Knaga 77 is driving a 1983 Honda City Turbo 2. They are currently in the middle of the pack and seem to be holding steady with a decent lap time. Looks like they're trying to stay out of trouble. Naiba is driving a 1978 Dome Zero, a classic sports car. Their race looks a bit tough, with a 7th place start, and a lap time just behind the leader. Not bad, but they need to pick up the pace if they want to climb higher. The track's tight corners seem to favor the nimble cars like the Nissan Silvia and Honda Integra, keeping them close to the front. The straights are giving the faster cars a chance to stretch their legs, but overall, it's a game of grip and agility here. Naiba is driving a 1978 Dome Zero, a rare and quirky choice. They're currently in 10th place, just behind Bill the Old Guy. Looks like a tight battle for the top 10. Bill the Old Guy is driving a Fiat Coupe Turbo. He's currently in the 10th place, just ahead of the pack, but not making much progress. Looks like he's holding steady, but not gaining ground. The retro slow cars class is keeping the speeds modest, making overtakes more about skill than raw power. Wakefield Park's tight turns are favoring drivers who can handle the slower cars well, which is why the top spots are so close. Wow! Jerk Place took the checkered flag. Looks like they were just too quick for everyone else. Well done. Wow, Jerk Plays, you really showed everyone how it's done. Congrats on winning the race, you earned it. And a big shout out to Amy for dominating the bet race and earning that stunning Ferrari 348. That's quite the classic to add to the collection. Maya, you pulled off the most overtakes, so you get the legendary Nissan Silvia's 13. Nice work weaving through the competition. Great job to all our drivers today. This race was definitely one for the books. Sure thing. Did you know that GTS racing cars are often called the gentleman's racers? That's because they strike a perfect balance between speed and style, making them the fancy brunch of the racetrack. It's like the car version of sporting a bow tie at a formal event. Just because it's classy doesn't mean it can't go fast enough to make your hair blow back. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now is the perfect time to do it before the race starts. Don't want to miss out on rooting for your favorite machine as they zoom by. Get those choices in before the countdown hits 0. Oh wow, what a matchup! We've got a Ferrari F430 GTC from 2007 and a Morgan Aero 8 GT2 from 2002. So, we're talking about a classic Italian beast versus a vintage British cruiser. My gut says the Ferrari probably has the edge here, especially on a track like Ottawa North Club, which favors speed and agility. But then again, the Morgan's unique design might surprise us with some unexpected handling. Honestly, I'd bet on the Ferrari edging out the victory. But don't count the Morgan out just yet. This should be an interesting race to watch. Alright everyone, I hope you're ready because Maya's on pole with her trusty 2004 Nissan 350zg 300. Let's see if she can hold that lead or if someone else is planning to overtake her early. The race kicks off with Maya taking the lead, followed closely by Amy in second, and Naibi holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Aerotech is climbing up to 4th place. Shattered Pixel has gained 1 spot and is now in 6th. Samun and Shattered Pixel are nose to nose for 6th place. Fishings just sneaked into 7th place. Samun and Fishings are nose to nose for that spot. Feskis is climbing up to 9th. Samun and Feskis are also fighting for 8th. Emerotech 398 is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 7th. Aerotech is gaining ground, moving 2 spots to 2nd. Shattered Pixel is also making moves, climbing 1 spot to 5th. Fishing is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Knalga 70 is right behind, also making moves to reach 6th. Feskis is catching up, pushing into 7th after a similar surge. Dr. Keeps Appleway is climbing fast into the top 11. Nixaromarval is right behind, pushing through 4 cars to settle in 12. Architect is on a roll, overtaking 5 to land in 13. Zamun is on a tear, climbing 8 places in no time. Fishing is closing the gap on Shattered Pixel, looking to make a move soon. Lux Ravenous just snuck into the top 10, showing some serious determination. Shattered Pixel and Airtech are nose to tail for 2nd place. Fishings and Shattered Pixel are also locked in a close fight for 3rd. Samun is climbing fast, moving up 2 spots to 14th. Zamun and Architect are battling it out for the 13th spot. Naiba is closing in on Frankenballs fast, cutting the gap by 13.5 seconds. Fishing has climbed 2 spots to take 2nd place. Someone is moving up 1 spot to 4th place. Naibe is closing in on Frankenballs fast, cutting the gap by 10 seconds. Feskis is gaining on Nalga 77, closing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Looks ravenous is climbing 2 spots, and now sits in 7th place. Two Peas in the Podcast is climbing fast, now in 12th place after overtaking 4 cars. Frankenbalz is also making moves, now in 18th after passing 3. Fishinks is closing in on me, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Looks like Fishinks and I are about to have a showdown for the lead. Emerald Tick 398 is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 20. Fishink is holding strong at the top, moving up 1 to 1st. Knalga 77 is also on the rise, advancing 1 spot to 4th. Feskis just overtook someone to claim 5th place. Samun is also climbing up, now in 7th. Frankenbalz is gaining on Papa KC, closing the gap by over a second. Samun is closing in fast, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Papa Katsi and Meg Sporing Life are locked in a fierce battle for the 14th place. Naibe is climbing up the ranks, moving up 1 spot to take 18th. Papa Kaisi and Meg Sporing Life are locked in a tight fight for 14th place. Naibe is closing in on Connor Malady, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Kalmitweet moved up 1 spot to 21st. Wow, Fishinks took the top spot. Looks like they were swimming faster than everyone else. Well done. Wow! Fishinks really outdid themselves today, winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and overtaking everyone in sight. That's what I call a triple crown win. Big congratulations to them, they definitely earned it. And for everyone else, if you want a shot at claiming a car, Naibe is the driver to beat. They took the bet race and now can claim a sleek 2007 Ferrari F4 30 GTC. So Naibe, get ready to add a little Italian flair to your collection. The 1967 Eagle Mark I T1G was actually a very ambitious project because it was built using a previous race car, the Lotus 19. They basically took a lightweight, nimble Lotus and turned it into a sleek, aggressive racing machine. It's like giving a race car a makeover and hoping it turns into a superstar. Well, both of these cars hail from the same era, but have pretty different reputations. The Brabham B24 was known for its innovative design and potential, while the BRMP 83 was a bit more of a mixed bag in terms of performance. Given that it's a race on Nonstop, which favors handling and agility over outright power, I might give a slight edge to X-Nobotixel in that vintage speedster. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Maybe the BRM will surprise us all by channeling its 1960s charm into a victory. Stay tuned, folks! Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Nonstop and Uncle Tobin is sitting on pole in that vintage 1967 Eagle Mark 1T1G. Let's see if that classic charm gives him an edge, or if the AI has other plans. Uncle Tobin is leading the race right now, while Balsamic Vint 83 is hot on his tail in second place. And Amy is holding on to third, but I bet she's already planning her next move. Balsamic Vint 183 is now in first place. Maya has climbed to third. Looks like Maya and Amy are neck and neck for the third spot. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Dishonored Fox is now 5th. Amy has just claimed 3rd. Patsorts is now 7th. The race is heating up. Mighty Chunk and Nalga 77 are nose to tail for 8th place. Silent Fox 413 and Flinchicott 21 are also locked in a close fight for 10th. Body Notes and Dishonored Fox are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Zealand Fox 213 has climbed 1 spot to 10th. Frankenbuds is also up 1 spot, now in 14th. Patsorts is climbing to 6th place. Flinchicott 21 is closing in on Silent Fox 213, cutting the gap by a second. Patsorts is driving a Lotus 49, currently in 7th place. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Balsamic Vint 88 is leading in a 1967 Honda R300, which is known for its lightweight design and sharp handling. They seem to be comfortably ahead with the fastest lap so far, indicating a strong race performance. Frankenbuds and Butchizero are nose to nose for the 13th spot. Mermida just gained 1 position and is now in 15th. Butchizero is racing the Brabham BT24, a classic that's holding steady in the middle of the pack. Looks like they're just trying to stay out of trouble and maybe pick off a few spots later. The F1 1967 cars are pretty evenly matched. but the track at Nonstop seems to favor the more agile and responsive cars, like the Honda R at 300 and Eagle, Kona. The slower cars are struggling to keep up, especially on the tighter sections. Patsorts is climbing to 5th place. N-Body Notes is now 6th. Knaga 77 has moved into 7th. Looks like the race is heating up. Knaga 77 is closing in on N-Body Notes, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Vinchikov 21 is climbing up to 10th place. Buchitsero is making a move to 12th. Balsamic Vint 83 is leading and holding the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Balsamic Vint 483 is holding the lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Knalga 77 is just ahead of N-Body Notes. Looks like they're fighting for 6th place. Rowdy Zerov and Fortiefro are nose to tail for the 16th spot. Balsamic Vintlu 83 is leading in a 1967 Honda R E300, known for its sleek design and lightweight build. They're holding a solid lead and have the fastest lap so far, so it looks like they're enjoying a smooth run. Congratulations on winning the race. Looks like Balsamic Vintlu 183 is the one to beat. Well done! Wow! Balsamic Vint 183 really showed us how to take the lead. Congratulations on winning the race. You drove like a true champion. Can't wait to see what you do in the next one. If I had to pick one of these cars for a race on the Barcelona National Circuit, I might lean towards the 1964 Porsche 901. It's a classic with a good balance of agility and speed. But honestly, this list is filled with so many interesting options I could see a few of them giving it a good fight. The lightweight sports cars like the Alfa Romeo Z or the Lotus Cortina could surprise us with their handling. Meanwhile, the Ferraris and the Mercedes-Benz 300 SL might boast raw power and elegance. But in the end, I'm guessing the Porsche will have the edge thanks to its nimbleness and vintage racing DNA. Hey everyone, the clock's ticking. And soon we'll be stuck with whatever car the AI has picked. If you haven't chosen your favorite yet, now's the time to make your voice heard. Don't wait too long or you'll be stuck with whatever they decide. Oh wow, what a matchup. On one side we have Stankit in a classic Austin Healey. That's a fun, nimble little car with some character, but probably not the fastest on the track. And then we have Nyarlathotep 98 in a vintage Ferrari. That's a legendary name with a car that's known for speed and style, even if it's a bit older now. Honestly, I'd give the edge to the Ferrari due to its racing pedigree and potential for higher top speeds. But hey, this is AI racing, so anything can happen. Maybe the Austin Healey surprises us with some unexpected agility. Either way, I'm excited to see which one takes the checkered flag. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Barcelona National Track. Leading the pack is Archeron 192 in a 1962, Morgan +4, the classic street car taking the front spot off the line. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold its ground against all the modern machines. Archeron 92 has taken the lead, right out of the gate. Abumzi is holding strong in second place. BOArt is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. BOR is climbing to second place. Botka Moning is also moving up to third. Kalmetwi is making a move to fifth. Kalmetwi and Abumzi are nose to nose for fourth. Neotexum just overtook 3 cars in a flash to grab 5th place. Kalmetwi is inching forward, now in 4th. Abumzi and Neotexum are nose to tail for 5th. Looks like a tight squeeze coming up. Mahokaos and Wrestling 567 are nose to tail for 7th place. Gisla Kingyo and Mahokaos are also battling hard for 8th. Exoasis and Schmerzenlive are locked in a close fight for 13th. Wrestling 567 is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Exoasis has moved up 2 spots to take 12th. Ihav Exema has gained 1 position and is now in 14th. Mahokaos is climbing up to 7th place. Riswat Ingyo has also gained a spot, now in 8th. Abumzi and Riswat Ingyo are nose to nose for 8th. Neotexum is climbing to 4th place. Mahokaos is closing the gap on Wrestling 567. Now just 1.6 seconds behind. Riswat Ingyo and Mahokaos are locked in a tight battle for 7th place. Riswat Ingyo and Mahokaos are nose to tail for 7th place. Exoasis is closing the gap on Abumzi, now just over a second behind. Prodigy Place 58 is climbing fast, now in 12th after gaining 2 spots. Exoasis is climbing to 10th place. Prodigy Place 58 is now 11th. Ihav Exema has moved up to 13th. Schmerzenlive just overtook someone to climb to 13th place. Amy is now in 22nd position after moving up 1 spot. T-Bohm is gaining on Maya, and is now just 1.2 seconds behind. Riswa Chingyo is climbing up to 7th place. Maho Chaos and Riswa Chingyo are locked in a close fight for 7th. Schmerzenliebe is gaining ground, now in 12th. Riswa Chingyo advances to 6th place. Maho Chaos and Wrestling 567 are locked in a close fight for 7th. Prodigy Place 58 climbs to 10th. Prodigy Place 58 is closing in on Captain Trippy fast. The gap shrinking by 1.5 seconds. Nyala Totepmani 8 is climbing up to 13, leaving someone behind. Amy's making moves, now in 19. Neotexum is climbing up to 3rd place. Vodka Morning and Neotexum are still neck and neck for 3rd. Maho Chaos is advancing to 7th. Vodka Morning just overtook Neotexum to take 3rd place. Riswachingyo is climbing up to 5th, closing in on Neotexum. Neotexum and Riswachingyo are nose to nose for 4th. Neotexum is now in 2nd place, climbing 2 spots. Eoart and Neotexum are nose to nose for 2nd. Galmetwi advances 1 spot into 5th. Neotexum has just claimed the top spot. Eoart and Vodka Morning are nose to nose for 3rd place. Riswachingyo is gaining on Bioart, closing the gap steadily. Wrestling 567 has moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Captain Trippy and Wrestling 567 are now fighting hard for 9th place. Riswachingyo is gaining on Bioart, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Maho Chaos has climbed up to 6th place. Captain Trippy has moved up to 9th place. Prodigy Place 58 and Kalmetwai are nose to nose for 7th place. Schmerzenliebe just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Wrestling 567 and Schmerzenliebe are fighting hard for 10th. Bioart is climbing up to 3rd place. Prodigy Place 58 is making a move to 7th. Schmerzenliebe and Captain Trippy are locked in a close fight for 9th. Congratulations to Neotexum on winning the race at Barcelona National. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow! Neotexum really pulled off an incredible victory. Congratulations on that win. You totally zoomed past the competition. Looks like all those hours tuning that car paid off. Can't wait to see what you do next. Sure. Did you know that the combined street cars racing class often features vehicles that look like they're from your everyday drive? But under the hood they're packing some serious race tech? It's like seeing a mild-mannered neighbor turn into a superhero when they hit the track. Makes it way more fun to watch because you never know which normal car will surprise everyone. Hey folks! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your moment. Make sure you get your choice in before the time runs out, or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, so we've got Dishonored Fox in a 2017 Kia Stinger GT, and Spearlike Hail in a 2004 BMW M5. The Kia is a pretty sleek ride with modern tech, and a turbocharged V6, so it should be quick and nimble. The BMW M5 from 24 is a classic, with a powerful V8, and a reputation for handling, but it's also a bit older, and might not be as sharp around the corners. Given the cars, I'd lean towards Dishonored Fox Kia, having the edge in speed, thanks to newer engineering. But don't count out Spearlike Hail's M5 in the handling department. Overall, I think it might come down to who can best utilize their ride strengths. But I'm giving a slight advantage to Dishonored Fox for the modern edge and turbocharged power. Alright everyone, Forty Afro is starting on pole with a sleek 2016 Porsche 718 Cayman S. Let's see if that German precision can hold off the competition. Dishonored Fox has shot to the front, leading the pack. Forty Afro is holding strong in second, trying to keep up. Spearlike Hail is in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Silver Gaming is on the move, climbing 4 spots to 6th place. Some Board Boy is climbing steadily, now in third. The battle for second is heating up with Some Boy Bowie and Forty Afro nose to nose. Ref 92 is slicing through the field to take 7th place. Cran de Live is climbing fast to reach 14. Kilo Juliet Delta making a move, now in second. The top spot is a showdown between Kilo Juliet Delta and Dishonored Fox, nose to tail. Spearlike Hail is right behind Forty Afro now, just a second apart. They're battling hard for 3rd place. Silver Gaming is making a move, climbing up to 5th position. Spearlike Hail is climbing up to 3rd place. Silvub Gaming and 4th Afro are still nose to nose for 4th. Unistix is sneaking into the top 10. Billy climbs to 9th place. Unistix and Billoge are still neck and neck for 9th. Granilev and I are fighting for 12th. Kilo Juliet Delta takes the lead, claiming first place. Spear Like Hail is closing in on Dishonored Fox, cutting the gap by over a second. They're locked in a fierce fight for second place. Spear Like Hail is climbing up to second place. Crandalive has moved up to 10th. Vanone 1857 and Bywart are neck and neck for 11th. Silva Gaming and Dishonored Fox are nose to tail for 3rd place. Vanonti 1857 is climbing up to 11. Yunus Gottliebs is sneaking into 12th. Dishonored Fox is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Spear Like Hail and Dishonored Fox are nose to nose for that spot. Amy has climbed to 15th, and she's in a close fight with Unistix for 14th. Silva Gaming is climbing up to 3rd place. Spear Like Hail and Silva B Gaming are nose to nose for that spot. 40 Afro is sneaking into 5th place. Silver Gaming is climbing up to 2nd place. Billy is catching Wrath 92 fast, closing the gap by a second and a half. Spear Like Hail is climbing up to 3rd place. Dishonored Fox and Spear Like Hail are nose to nose for that spot. Maya is catching Unistix, closing the gap by over a second. Maya and Unistix are locked in a fierce fight for 14th. Maya is now in 14th place, creeping up the field. Day 39 is closing the gap on Trash Crashton, getting closer with every lap. Justin Gilks and That's Alti Serena are neck and neck for 20th. Looks like a real drag race. Unistix and Amy are still neck and neck for 15th place. BD39 has gained 1 spot and is now in 18th. Eunice Gottliebs and Winona 1857 are nose to nose for 11th place. Amy just nudged into 14th. Unistix is also climbing, now 15th. Bjort is racing a vintage 1970 Ford Maverick. They're currently in the 13th place and running quite a bit slower than most others, with a lap time over 1 minute 46 seconds. Looks like they're struggling to keep up. Forty Afro just overtook Some Board Bowie, and now they are battling for 4th place. Some Board Bowie is not giving up easily though, staying close. The gap is tightening between those two. Wrath 92 is climbing up to 6th place. Dishonored Fox and Wrath 92 are nose to tail for that spot. Maya is sneaking into 15th. Forty Afro is right behind Spear Like Hail now, just a blink away from overtaking. Wayne Bretsky is closing fast on Bililj, the gap shrinking quickly. The battle for 3rd is heating up, and Wayne Bretsky might have something to say about it soon. Congratulations to Kilo Juliet Delta for winning the race. Looks like they were in a league of their own. Well done. Wow. Kilo Juliet Del really took the checkered flag. Congrats on the win. You were in the lead from start to finish. Looks like all those virtual turbo boosts paid off. Great job staying ahead of the pack. Sure thing. Did you know that the Bremgarten track in Switzerland was known for its challenging and tricky layout, with lots of twists and turns that kept drivers on their toes? It was actually famous for its combination of fast sweeping curves and tight technical sections. Plus, it was one of the few tracks where the weather could totally change the game because it was often rainy, making those corners even more exciting and unpredictable. That place really had its own wild charm. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time before the countdown hits 0. Make your choice quick because we're about to start this race, and you don't want to be stuck with the slowpoke of the bunch. Get those selections in. Alright, so we have Tyler with his 2006 TVR Sagaris and Rosa Gold with her 2004 Porsche 91196 GT3. The Sagaris is known for its raw power and aggressive design, obviously made for speed and handling. On the other hand, the Porsche 996 GT3 is a classic that loves twisty tracks and has a reputation for precision. Since the race is on Bremgarten, a track with some tricky corners and elevation changes, I'd say the Porsche might have a slight edge because of its more focused handling. But the Sagaris' straight line speed could give it an advantage if the AI driver takes risks on those straights. It's a close call, but I think the Porsche might just edge out the Sagaris on this one, especially if the AI driver makes good use of its cornering abilities. But hey, anything can happen in AI racing. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Bremgarten. Leading the pack is APR Dope in a 27.7, Lotus 211. A classic 2000s street car, Dart. Let's see if that pole position can hold up. Yates Selgaming has shot to the front leading the pack. Appy Dope is right behind in second place. Not giving up yet. Manga Tang 7272 is holding on to third, but expects some action soon. Manga Tang 7272 is storming to the front taking first place. APR Dope and JZL Gaming are nose to nose for second. Rinok T4 is climbing 2 spots to sit in fifth. Bilil is climbing to 10th place. Populoniers and Bilil are nose to nose for that same spot. Mainamaistyle 21 is advancing to 17. Mainamaistyle 21 and Rosigal Gaming are fighting for 16th. Hot is now in 10th place, closing in on Bilil. Billy and Hot Bolognese are nose to nose for that 10th spot. Mina Maistyle 21 has advanced to 16th place, making some moves. Rowdy Zarov jumps to 3rd place. Rinok T4 moves up to 4th. And closing in on AP Pardo, shrinking the gap by a second and a half. That's a tight fight for 5th place. Rowdy Zarov and Jazel Gaming are nose to nose for 2nd place. Awildrino is slicing into Maya's lead, now just 1.5 seconds behind. Amy and Rosigal Gaming are locked in a close fight for 17th. Yates Selgaming is cruising in a 2003 Ferrari 360cs. A sleek and agile choice. They're holding 2nd place, so it looks like their race is smooth sailing so far. Yates Selgaming is closing in on Wangatangs. To 72, fast just 8.8 seconds behind. Rinok T4 and Rowdy Zrolf are nose to nose for 3rd place. Maya and Abradope are also battling hard for 5th. Rowdy Zrolf is climbing fast into 2nd place. Rinok T4 is right behind, grabbing 3rd. And Maya is making her way up to 5th. Looks like a tight race shaping up. Maya is gaining on JZL Gaming, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Duletsko is catching Apradope, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Billy is climbing up to 10th place, moving up 1 spot. Duletsko is climbing up to 7th place. Billy and Yaboa Rwanda are nose to nose for 9th. Maya is closing in on JZL Gaming, cutting the gap by 1 second. Billy has climbed 1 spot to 9th place. Orange Funk and Yaboy Rwanda are locked in a fierce duel for 10th place. Maya is trying to find a way past JZL Gaming for 4th place. Derletsko and Awilderino are nose to nose for 6th. Billy is closing in on Apradope, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Peter Dope is catching up to Drelsko, closing the gap by 1:44 seconds. Billy is right behind AP Dope, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Maya just overtook Jazil Gaming to move into 4th place. The race for 4th is heating up with Maya and Jazil Gaming battling closely. Drelsko is closing the gap on a Wilderino, now just 1.1 seconds behind. That fight for 6th is getting intense with Drelsko and a Wilderino nose to tail. Wilderino is climbing to 5th place. Billy is closing the gap on AP Dope by 2 seconds. Frankenbelts is advancing to 11th place. Wilderino and Maya are nose to tail for 4th place. Drelsko just gained a spot to sit in 6th. Frankenbelts is chipping away at Orange Funksy's lead, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. AP Dope is inching closer to Jazil Gaming, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Frankenbites and Orange Funk are nose to nose for 10th place. Story Forge is climbing up 1 spot to 14th. Tylodrome's 31 just blitzed through the field to take the lead. Wanga Tang 7 272 is right on his tail, and they're nose to tail in a fierce fight for 1st. Wow, Wanga Tang 7 272. You must be thrilled to win. Guess all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow, Wangatang 7-72 really pulled off the win. Congratulations! Looks like all that virtual racing practice paid off. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Bud International Circuit, I'd probably go with the 2018 Ferrari 488G. It's got the perfect mix of power, handling, and that fiery Italian soul that just might make all the other cars wish they had a bit more horsepower. Plus, it's been known to be quite graceful on track, even if it's not as flashy as some of the newer models. The rest are solid contenders, but I think the Ferrari's combination of agility and raw speed might just give it the edge. Alright everyone, it looks like we've got just a few seconds left to pick your favorite cars. Make sure you choose quickly, so your favorite AI racer doesn't sneak past in the last second. Time's almost up, so get those selections in before it's too late. Alright, so we've got Bjorn Art in a 2016 Ford GTLM, GTE, and School Bus Race TV in a 2018 Ferrari 488 GTO. Racing at Budapest International Circuit. It's quite the matchup. The Ferrari 488 GTE is renowned for its agility and speed, especially in curvy sections, so it might have the edge on that front. The Ford GTLM GTE, while a bit older, has heavy-duty endurance and might hold its own in sustained speed. Given the circuit and the cars, I'd say the Ferrari has a slight advantage in overall quickness and cornering ability. So, I'd bet on School Bus Race TV to take this one. But hey, the Ford could surprise us if the race turns into a game of endurance and strategy. Let's see how it unfolds. Alright everyone, Bjorn Art is kicking things off at pole in the GTE class, piloting a 2016 Ford GTL. GT. Looks like he's got the inside line, so let's see if he can hold that lead early on. Bjorn Art has shot out in front, leading the pack. School Bus Race TV is holding strong in second, trying to keep up. Serka Mingate is in third, but expect some early moves from the chasing pack. Vodka Morning advances to fourth place. Maya climbs to eighth. Maya and Fishing are nose to nose for seventh. Serka Mingate is climbing up to second place now. School Bus Race TV and Serka Mingate are nose to nose for second. Nahokaos and Amy are locked in a close fight for fifth. Flaming Buddha just sneaked past Naveling to take the 14th spot. They're nose to nose for the next position now. Sputnik NZ just overtook James Smile for the 16th place. Looks like the battle for 16 is heating up. Maya is now in 6th place, closing the gap. Nahokaos is right behind, both fighting hard for that position. Exoasis is racing a 26 BMW 320i. Their race looks like a slow climb, currently in 14th place. so they're not exactly lighting up the leaderboard. Jungdanser står 202 and Fishings are nose to nose for 8th place. Ayarfail is inching up to 17th. Jungdanster 202 just sneaked into 8th place. Fishing and Jungdanser 202 are still neck and neck for that spot. Athena CNC is closing the gap on Fishings, cutting it down by over a second. Ikar 77 is driving a 2014 BMW M235i Racing. They're currently in the 13th place, so they're making some moves but still have room to improve. Maya is now in 5th place. Maho Chaos is closing the gap on Amy, chopping off 1.1 seconds. Athena CNC has moved up to 9th place. Baycorn is rapidly catching Fishings, closing the gap by 15.7 seconds. Schoolbus Rustafi is inching closer to Cirque Gamingate, narrowing it by 1.2 seconds. Jungdanster 102 is gaining on Makokas, reducing the distance by 1 second. Ikar 77 is climbing to 11th place. Exoasis is now 12th place. Blaming Buddha is making a move to 13th place, gaining 2 spots. Vodka Morning just overtook Schoolbus Restive and is now in 3rd place. They're nose to nose, so this could get interesting. (2004) Opel Corsa S1600, driven by Tukins Flora, is currently in 18th place. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the pack. Maho Chaos is gaining ground on Maya and closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Tukins Flora is also making a move, closing in on Sputnik NZ by 1.4 seconds. Amy has climbed up to 5th place, leaving the lower ranks behind. Athena CNC is closing in on Jungdanster 202, cutting the gap by 1 second. Bill the Old Guy is climbing up to take the 19th spot. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross and Bill the Old Guy are locked in a fierce battle for 19th place. Schoolbus Rustifi is closing the gap on Botgamoning, now just over a second behind. Maya has overtaken 1 car and is now in 5th place. Schoolbus Rusteviev and Botgamoning are neck and neck for 3rd place. Blaming Buddha and Axoasis are locked in a close fight for 12th. Ai Raphael and Bill the Old Guy are battling hard for 18th. Wow, Bjorn Art, you really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Congratulations to Bjorn Art for winning the race. That was an impressive victory. Now, as for the chance to claim a car, Maya has earned the fastest lap, which means she can now claim the sleek 2012 Aston Martin Vantage GTE. Not bad at all. Sure thing! Did you know that the prototypes from 1960 were some of the earliest attempts to combine cutting-edge aerodynamics with raw power? They really pushed the boundaries of speed back then, and often looked like sleek science fiction ships on wheels. It's like the racing world was saying, let's make this as futuristic as possible, even if our tech was still pretty primitive by today's standards. Alright folks, the clock is ticking, so if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to do it. Don't miss out on the chance to root for your top racer before the countdown ends. Get those selections in before it's too late. Wow! This is like watching history in motion, isn't it? The Lola 70 is a beast from the racing archives. Big and powerful, but maybe a little trickier to handle around those curves. The Ford GT40, on the other hand, is practically a legend for its speed and agility at Le Mans. If I had to pick, I'd say the GT40 might have a slight edge on this track, because of its renowned balance and handling. But with these classic monsters, it's all about who gets the best start and keeps their cool. Either way, it's going to be a fun ride to watch. Alright folks, kick off at the Huachalalum Corto Antihorario with prototypes 1960. The unstable car, a 1965 Lotus 40, is starting on pole. Let's see if that classic can hold its ground against the others. Unstable is leading the race, with Maya right behind in second place. Imbus Platinum is currently in third, trying to keep up. Imbus Platinum is now in second place. Amy has climbed to third. Bacon is in fifth. Maya and Bacon are nose to tail for fourth. Bacon is climbing to fourth place. Rafael is also advancing, now in sixth. Lux Ravenous and Rafael are nose to nose for sixth. Rafael and Maya are nose to tail for fifth place. Blackbeard just gained one spot and is now in ninth. Tyler and Blackbeard are fighting hard for ninth place. Amy just snuck into second place. Rafael and Lux Ravenous are both climbing up one spot each, now sitting in fifth and sixth. Looks like the race is heating up. Lux Ravenous is now in 5th place, closing the gap with Aerofail. Aerofail and Lux Ravenous are nose to tail, fighting for 5th. Gliding Penguin has advanced to 13th, making some moves. Acorn is just ahead of Aerofail, but their lap times are very close. It's a tight battle, so expect some drama soon. Maya is in 8th place with the Porsche 908 LH Coupe. The car's fastest lap is 45.403 seconds, so she's not exactly setting the pace. Looks like she's holding her own but not making much progress. Acorn is climbing nicely into 3rd place. Lord Buttrill has gained 1 spot and is now in 11th. Lord Buttrill and Tylera are nose to tail for 10th. Buchizero is gaining on Lord Buttrill, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. They are battling it out for 11th place. Blackbeard is racing a 1969 AMC Javelin car. Their race seems steady but not quite catching up, as they're sharing the same lap time as the challenger in 9th place. Maya is in 8th place with the Porsche 908 LH Coupe. She's slightly behind the leaders but keeping it competitive. Looks like she's holding her own for now. Imbus Platinum is driving a 1965 Lotus 40, starting 3rd and currently in 4th place. Their fastest lap is a 44.395, so they're holding a decent pace but not quite challenging for the lead. Aerofail snuck into 4th place. Lux Ravenous and Imbus Platinum are nose-to-nose for 5th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Lux Ravenous just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Imbus Platinum is not giving up easily, still right behind in 6th. This battle for 5th is heating up. Gliding Penguin is driving a 1968 Dodge Dart. They are currently in 13th place and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times, just over 44 seconds. Unstabil is leading in a Lotus 40 from 1965 there. They're holding a solid position and have the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're in control for now. Lux Ravenous is driving a 1966 Lola T 70 Mark Onye Ford. They're holding 4th place and have a decent pace, but they're a bit behind the leaders. Lux Ravenous is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Aerofail and Acorn are nose-to-nose fighting for 4th. Wow, Unstabil just took the victory. Guess they really know how to leave everyone in the dust. Well done. Wow, Unstabil really pulled off the win. Congratulations on that impressive victory. You definitely earned it. And a big shout out to Amy for snagging the fastest lap. You can now claim the classic 1966 4G T40M Kia. Dorenichi. Nice pick. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. The twists and turns of Autodromo Lago Maggiore East really test a car's ability to stay composed and responsive. Acceleration is important, but if the car can't maneuver through the corners smoothly, all that speed doesn't matter much. So, a balanced setup with good grip and precise steering would be the key to claiming the top spots here. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked a car yet, now's your last chance to jump in before the race kicks off. Don't miss out on the fun. Let's see those selections. Alright, this is a classic showdown of vintage machines. Wolf of Aco is behind a 1982 URDC 81, a car with some serious old-school charm and a lot of history behind it. Aisley, on the other hand, has a 1983 Lola T616, which is known for being a bit more agile and racing-focused. Given the track at Lago Maggiore East, with its twists and turns, I'd probably lean towards Aisley having the edge because of the Lola's slightly better handling and lighter frame. But hey, with vintage cars, anything can happen. Wolf of Aco might just surprise us with some old-school grit. So I'm going to say Aisley might have a slight advantage here, but don't count out Wolf of Aco just yet. It's going to be a close one. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Autodromo Lago Maggiore East, and leading the pack at the very front is Ablaze in a classic 1985 Sauber SH SE6. Looks like we're in for some vintage racing action today. Ablaze is taking an early lead. Arlo Coast is right behind in second, and Penny 3 is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Catgirl TM and Pani 3 are neck and neck for third place. Wolf of Aco has gained one position and is now in sixth. Wolf of Aco and Ebony Shadow are trading paint for fifth. Catgirl TM is climbing up to third place. Official Classy Live and Wolf of Aco are neck and neck for sixth. Aisley is gaining ground, now in eighth. Wolf of Aco is holding off Official Classy Live for sixth place. Whip 3 out 25, and Aisley are still neck and neck for eighth. And Amy is trying to shake Whip 3 out 25 for 9. The FOTS 84 is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 20. Zademoji Janis is also on the rise, overtaking 3 cars to sit 22. Necrophantasm is following suit, moving up 3 places to 24. The race is heating up behind the leaders. Hondan is closing in on Bobardo, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Blaming Buddha is climbing up 1 spot to 22nd place. The Chaotic Weirdo and Necrophantasm are locked in a close fight for 24th. Amy is now in 9th place trying to hold off Wauk CB. Aisley is right behind them, also eyeing that spot. Meanwhile, Amy is pushing hard for 10th, but Wauk CB is not giving up easily. Catgirl TM is gaining on Arlo Coast, closing the gap by 3.3 seconds. Wolf of Aiko is climbing up to 5th place. Whip 3 out 25 is narrowing the distance to Penny 3 by 1.3 seconds. Keish is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 24th. Yungdan Sordu 2 is dropping back 10 positions to 29. Whip 3 out 25 is inching up 1 spot to 6th. Official Class Live just moved up 1 spot into 7th place. Official Classy Live and Whip out 25 are nose-to-nose fighting for 6th. Wauk CB is chopping down Esley's lead, now just 1 second behind. Calican Bunny has gained 2 spots and is now in 10th place. Wauk CB and Calican Bunny are nose-to-nose for 10th position. I am closing the gap on Amy by just over a second. Aisley just snuck into 8th place. Amy and Wauk CB are nose-to-nose for 11th. Sadamoji Jam is climbing 2 spots to 21st. Maya is closing in on Wauk CB and the gap is shrinking fast. Amy has moved up 1 spot to 11. The race for 12th is heating up with Maya and Wauk CB battling it out. The Chaotic Weirdo is driving an Opel Calibra DTM from 1996. The race looks pretty chaotic with a very slow lap time and a position near the back of the retro DTM pack. Maya is now in 11th place, climbing up 1 spot. Wauk CB and Maya are nose to tail for 12th place. Bobardo and Tales of Strilly are battling for 14th place. Looks like a close one. Catgirl TN is climbing up to 2nd place. Aisley is now in 7th. Amy has moved into 9th. Calican Bunny and Penny 3 are nose to tail for 11th place. Bobardo has gained 1 spot and is now 14th. Bobardo and Wauk CB are fighting hard for 13th. Congratulations to Eglaze on winning the race. Looks like they really took the checkered flag with style. Well done. Whoa, Ablaze did it. Big congratulations on winning that race. You definitely earned it with those skills. As for the drivers ready to claim a car, Maya, you've been quite the overtaker today. You can now add the 1982 URDC 81 Group C2 to your collection. Nice work! For this track, I would focus mostly on top speed and aerodynamics because Talladega is all about those long straightaways where you need to hit incredible speeds and stay glued to the track. Handling and agility are less important here since the turns are high-speed ovals, and a car that can slice through the air efficiently will have a major advantage. So a car with a powerful engine and a sleek shape to minimize drag is what I'd be looking for to dominate this race. Alright everyone, time is ticking away. If you haven't picked your car yet, now is the moment to do it before they all zoom off without you. Don't miss out on the fun. Ooh, this is a classic battle of the German engineering versus Italian flair. The BMW M5 E28 from 1985 is known for its solid build and rear-wheel drive handling prowess, but it's a bit more of a road car than a true racing beast. On the other hand, we've got the Ferrari 308 GTS, which oozes sports car aggression and style, but might struggle a bit with the long straightaways at Talladega, since it's more of a track-focused car. Given the big speedways, I'd probably lean toward the Ferrari for that raw speed and agility in a straight line, especially considering its lightweight design. The BMW might hold its own in corners, but could get outpaced on the long stretches. So, my money's on the Ferrari speeding ahead into the lead. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. So maybe the BMW will surprise us all. Hey Rafael, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you've returned just in time for some AI car racing action. Buckle up, it's gonna be a wild ride. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Talladega with the 1987 Buick GNX leading the pack. Ovidus is on pole, so expect some vintage muscle action today. Buckle up for a wild ride. Ovidus has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Frankworthy is right behind in second, and Mr. Wolf J is in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Girl of Diamond and Moo Tube are neck and neck for 5th place. Flanky Frankie and Girl of Diamond are fighting hard for 6th. Kilo Julieta and Flanky Frankie are locked in a close duel for 7th. Mighty Chunk is on a tear, now in first place after overtaking 9 cars. Botso is hot on their heels, also climbing 9 spots to second. Agrinidus 34 is not far behind, making a similar move to third. Looks like a three-way battle for the top. Ovidus is storming ahead, now in first place after overtaking 27 cars. Frankredi is closing in fast, also moving up 27 spots to second. Mr. Wolf J is making a strong push, climbing 27 positions to third. Ovidus is closing in on Amy fast enough to make her wish she had a turbo boost. Frankie is climbing to second place, leaving some behind. Shotskis is sneaking into fourth, probably hoping to catch the leader's next lap. H2Huava is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 19th place. Amy is closing in on Dishonored Fox fast, cutting the gap by over 8 seconds. Shotskis just gained 1 position and is now in third. Lazy Towner is climbing up to 5th place. Lazy Towner and Frankredi are nose to nose for 4th. Agrids 34 is advancing to 9th. Agrids 34 and Killa Juliet Delta are fighting for 8th. Dr. Monkey 13 is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 11th place. Lazy Towner just nudged into 4th. Mighty Chunk is narrowing the gap on Mr. Wolf J by 1.2 seconds. Looks like a battle brewing. Mighty Chunk just climbed 1 spot to 6th place. Mr. Wolf J and Mighty Chunk are nose to nose for 6th. Killa Juliet Del and Mr. Wolf J are also locked in a close fight for 7th. Mighty Chunk and Frankredi are nose to tail for 5th place. Agrids 34 just gained 2 spots and is now in 7th. Agrids 34 and Mighty Chunk are also battling for 6th. Things are heating up. Starbucks is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 15. Agrids 34 is gaining ground, moving 2 places up to 5th. Killa Juliet Delta and Frankredi are nose to tail for 7th. Looks like a battle for the middle of the pack. Killa Juliet Delta is climbing up to 7th place. Wanga Tang Saving 272 is also making moves up to 8th. Frankredi and Wanga Tang 7, 272 are nose to tail for 8th. Dr. Monkey 13 is on the rise, now in 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. King Chu 22 is also climbing fast, moving up 3 spots to 13. Agrids 34 has gained 1 position and is now in 4th. Lisa Shibi is on a roll, climbing to 7th place after overtaking 4 cars. King Chu 22 is making a move, now in 10th after passing 3. Starbucks is also climbing, now in 11th after overtaking 4 cars. Frankie is gaining on Ovidus, closing the gap by over a second. Agrids 34 has climbed to 3rd place. Lisa Shibi is narrowing the distance to Mighty Chunk, cutting it down by a second. Lanky Frankie is right behind Ovidus now. Lisa Shibi has climbed to 6th place. King Shu 22 is catching Wonga Tang 7, 272 fast, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Wow, Ovidus just won the race. Looks like someone's been practicing their speed. Congratulations on the win. Wow, what a surprise! Congratulations to Ovidus for winning the race. Looks like they really know how to steer their way to the top. Great job! If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race at Atlanta Motor Speedway, I might go with the Lotus SX Turbo Esprit. It's got that turbocharged Lotus spirit which could give it the edge on the straights and some agility around the corners. Plus, it's the kind of car that's all about that balance between power and handling. The Lamborghini Jalpa could be a close second, but I think the Esprit might just have a little more ground clearance and versatility for that track. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down, so make your selections before the time runs out. Don't leave your favorite car hanging. Grab it before someone else snags it. Oh, this is a battle of the classics, isn't it? These McGee with that vintage Mitsubishi Galant VR4, which is known for its turbocharged punch and all-wheel drive grip. That car might just surprise us with some serious speed, especially if the AI figures out how to harness that turbo power. On the other hand, the Kaiju's 1985 Toyota Corolla 11 is a legend in its own right, especially if the AI can keep it sleek and nimble around those corners. Considering the car choices, I'd say the Mitsubishi's turbocharged setup gives it a slight edge on the straights. But don't count out the Toyota. If the AI handles it with the precision of a surgical robot, it might just outmaneuver the larger, heavier Mitsubishi in tight spots. My guess? I'd lean toward the Mitsubishi Galant VR4, taking it in a close one. but it's definitely going to be a fun race to watch. Who do you think will come out on top? Alright everyone, the race is underway here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Leading the pack is the Uncle Joe Show in his vintage 1983 Porsche 911 SC. Seems like slow and steady. Might actually win 900 win, at least in the 1980s class. Let's see if he can hold on to that pole position. That's Alti Serena has taken an early lead. Bees McGee is right behind in second, and Theunko Joshua is holding on to third. The race is already shaping up to be interesting. Reinecke just nudged into fourth place. Ariu Cereal and Just Pancakes are nose to nose for sixth. Rona Rampage and Arayu Cereal are also locked in a close fight for seventh. Just Panchakis and Lakaiju are nose to tail for fifth place. Ariu Cereal and Just Pancakes are also close for sixth. Rona Rampage and Ariel Cereal are fighting hard for seventh. Arafat is charging through the field, now in 25th place after overtaking 3 cars. Bees McGee is holding strong at the front, climbing to first place. Just Panchakis and Lakaiju are locked in a close fight for fifth, no room for mistakes there. That's Alti Serena is now in first place. Bees McGee and Serena are still nose to nose for the lead. Just Panchakis has climbed to fifth place, closing in. Bees McGee just snatched the lead, leaving everyone else to chase. Reinecke and Theunko are nose to nose for third place. Arayu Cereal and Lakaiju are locked in a close fight for sixth. Reinecke just bumped up to third place. Sputnik NZ is closing in, climbing 2 spots to sit in sixth. Lakaiju and Sputnik NZ are nose to nose for sixth place. Lakaiju is now in sixth place after overtaking someone. Sputnik NZ and Lakaiju are still battling for sixth. Grampy Yerf has moved up to 9th and is fighting closely with Arayu Cereal for 8th. Sputnik NZ is on a roll, climbing to 4th place. Reinecke just snuck into 2nd as CD. Arayu Cereal is making moves to 7th. Arayu Cereal and Just Pancakes are nose to nose for 6th. Tatsoti Serena just sneaked into 2nd place. Sputnik NZ is inching closer to Reinecke, cutting the gap by over a second. Theunko and Sputnik NZ are nose to tail for 4th. Sputnik NZ is gaining on Reinecke with a 1-second difference. Just Panchakis has climbed up to 5th place. Grampy Yerf has moved into 6th, closing the gap. Ott. Sputnik NZ and Reinecke are neck and neck for 3rd place. Grampy Yerf and Just Pancakes are locked in a close fight for 5th. Lakaiju is climbing up 1 spot to 10th. Lakaiju and Theunko are battling hard for 9th. Sputnik NZ is climbing to 3rd place. Grandpa Yerf is now in 5th. The Kaiju is pushing up to 9th. Sputnik NZ is gaining on that Arena, closing the gap by over a second. Ariu Cereal and Just Pancakes are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Ronnie Rampage is climbing up to 10th, making moves. Wow, Bees McGee, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Bees McGee just took the victory. Congratulations, you must have some serious AI driving skills. Now everyone knows who's boss on this virtual track. Alright everyone, it looks like we need to hit pause for a quick refresh. Don't go anywhere, it'll only be a few minutes before we're back ready to watch these AI cars unleash chaos on the track again. Grab a snack, stretch those legs,